All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the special meeting of the Multnomah County Board of Commissioners. Today's meeting is held virtually and due to construction at the Multnomah County building, all Tuesday board meetings, Thursday regular board meetings, and proclamation ceremonies will be held virtually through the end of September. Today's meeting is a special meeting. We will not be taking testimony for non-agenda items. We will have public testimony on the agenda item today, of course. Members of the public can provide testimony on the agenda either from an electronic device through the WebEx platform or by calling into the meeting from a phone. This information is shared by our board clerks when an individual signs up for public testimony. We're also offering a space in room 126 of the county building where people can testify if they have technology and accessibility needs, and people are there to assist you in that room. And of course, people can continue to submit written testimony as well. Folks can sign up or submit testimony for board meetings by going to multco.us, find the About Board Meetings link, and click on the public testimony form. Then that's for this meeting or any future meetings. For both members of the public and presenters, please remember to mute your mic when not speaking. And before you present, you can make sure that your mic is unmuted and that your camera is on. For all presenters, please state your name for the record before speaking or responding to questions. All right, our first agenda item and our only agenda item today is the resolution. So Tasha, I will turn it over to you to introduce it.
R1, resolution affirming the county's commitment to the renovation of the Moda Center Arena.
May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have Commissioner Singleton move, Commissioner Jones-Dixon second, approval of R1.
And this is Board of County Commissioners, sorry to interrupt. This is Jenny Madcore. For purpose of clarification, we are bringing this back onto the table as it was tabled during last week's session, or 2 weeks ago.
Thank you, Jenny Madcore. I was just going to introduce that. So thank you for clarifying that this is a continuation of a motion that was tabled that we considered on July 23rd. All right. So I know we have additional folks signed up for public testimony today, so we can go ahead and begin with that.
I'm going to start with in-person testimony. And first up, we have Lightning.
Yes, my name is Lightning. I represent Lightning Super Creativity Humanity Lab. Again, on your term sheet, as we all know, especially from the city, is that it's non-binding. And in my opinion, it's not going to go anywhere. And the reality is that I think your marquee tenant should be the fire. In my opinion, that the Portland Trailblazers should be relocating. It's more beneficial for the owners. It's going to be more beneficial for the players. And I really think that a location would be Austin, Texas, the state capital of Texas. They could have SpaceX as their sponsor. Basically, they're going to be welcomed with open arms. They're going to have plenty of money. They'll probably double their value of what Dundon paid for the team just by relocating. Again, in Las Vegas, that's definitely the frenzy of all the big money making moves right now. Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, Shaq O'Neal, you name it, they want Las Vegas. And the reality is that is going to go over $12 billion on the expansion bid. I would like to see Tom Dundon have approval to move in on Las Vegas also, basically on a relocation fee of $250,000, and that's it. He steps in, he'll make $4 to $8 billion on the relocation. Again, on that clause in the 5-year bridge agreement lease on the facility, the condition first class standard, I do want to have that deleted in the 5-year lease. I think that needs to be deleted. Again, I don't think if you get past that, if you can't get past that, there is no deal here. And again, I'm just speaking from my own position, my own opinion. But again, Tom Dundon has too many options. This Portland economy is flatlined. There's nothing here. You have buildings that used to sell for $375 million. Now they're selling for $40 million. The values are plummeting. Your tax base is being ripped out from underneath you. People are leaving. Businesses are leaving. You don't have anything here to offer them anymore. you have a Moda Center that you are the landlord, you want to fix it up, fix it up. Like I say, in my opinion, Tom Dundon will be leaving. He'll probably go to Texas at the end of this. And by all means, if you can double your money and have a better economy and your players get paid better, there's more sponsors, why not? Why not do that? And what we need to start thinking at the end of the day here, you need to start thinking about the owners who own this. Tom Dundon owns it. And you need to start thinking about the players. What's best for them at this point? Our economy is gone. It is flatlined. And the reality is, when you look around at all these businesses leaving, now you're seeing the Blazers, they're going to relocate. Thank you.
Now we're going to do virtual testimony, and I forgot to read the instructions. When it's your turn to speak, I will call your name and unmute you. I will set a timer for 3 minutes when you begin speaking and announce when your time is up, at which point please wrap up your sentence. First up, virtually, we have Eden Krolikwicz. Sorry for butchering your last name.
That's
Eden.
totally fine. I can barely say it myself. It's all good. Thank you very much, everyone, for allowing me to speak today. Good morning, Chair Vega Peterson and commissioners. I'm Eden Krolikwicz. I run Rip City Not Rip Off, where I've spent 6 months reading the public records behind this deal, which is over 8,000 pages. I support the amendments 2, 4, and 7 that my colleague Jonathan Pulvers will be speaking more about later. And I'll add 4 facts. First, I want to give credit to the amendments proposed by Moyer and Brim Edwards. These are the strongest public protections anyone has drafted in the entire process, more than the cities and the states. So please do not trade them away this morning. Second, your framework puts the county's true cost at $138.6 million with interest, not the $88 million that has been talked about frequently, and $35 million of that is one-time tax windfall from the team's own sale. Third, the city's engineers in the study, the VSG study that they did, actually priced the arena's 20-year capital needs at $482 million and found only $80 million of that is specific to NBA basketball. I don't know if that memo has ever been shown to any elected body, but I assume that you're voting without it. And fourth, the state set its share with no architectural renderings, and its own sponsor, Senator Lieber, said on camera last week that the private money from the owner was not overwhelmingly needed. That's the standard you're being asked to match, and your amendments are how you do better. You are also upstream. The mayor said that your vote will inform the city's term sheet, and so whatever you attach today travels downstream. So whatever you drop is going to be gone for everyone. So I urge you to please adopt the amendments. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Jonathan Pulvers. Jonathan, you can unmute yourself and begin.
Thank you all very much. My name is Jonathan Pulvers. I am a Portland resident and an organizer with Rip City Not Rip Off. We're a group of Blazers fans advocating for a fair public deal on the Moda Center. I'm here to proudly support Commissioners Moyer and Brim Edwards' amendments, and I want to specifically speak to numbers 2, 4, and 7. Mr. Dundon has said he wants a market rate deal, and a market rate deal should be measured against what other cities have received, and it should produce a meaningful return for the public, and that is why these amendments matter. Amendment 2 requires the county's contribution to pay for itself. The county is being asked to borrow roughly $88 million with total repayment substantially higher once the interest is included. The current proposal does not guarantee enough revenue to cover that debt. The amendment requires the county to receive at least $4.5 million annually, roughly matching its debt payments, so that arena costs do not quietly compete with funding for your core services. It also ensures that payments intended to benefit schools are shared fairly across the county, because families throughout the county are helping to support this deal, not only PPS families like mine, and so the return should reach the entire county. Amendment 4 places the county's COO in charge of negotiations, rather than relying primarily on the elected chair. Because as an elected chair, your term and political circumstances may change. This is going to be a long and complex negotiation spanning years with a highly experienced private counterparty, and the county needs continuity, expertise, and someone who can remain at the table from beginning to end. The board still approves the final deal. This amendment simply strengthens the county's negotiating position. Amendment 7 prevents the creation of a new TIF district around the project. State law already allows some future economic growth in the Rose Corner to support arena financing. A new TIF district could capture additional tax revenue for decades and redirect it away from schools, county services, and other public priorities. That would create the possibility of a second major public commitment after this vote. Taking TIF off the table protects the county's future tax base and ensures that today's decision does not become an open-ended promise. Supporting these amendments does not mean opposing the Blazers or the renovation. We want the team to stay. We want the arena improved. The question is whether the public receives a fair return, whether the county protects its future revenue, and whether it negotiates with the same discipline that it would bring to any other major financial commitment. These amendments do exactly that. Please adopt amendments 2, 4, and 7, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, next we have Rashida Weber. Rashida, you can unmute yourself and begin.
Good morning, Chair Vega Peterson and Commissioners. My name is Rashida. So just a little bit about me. I was born and raised in Multnomah County, and I have proudly served as an employee since 2012. I started in the Office of Diversity and Equity, where I was the Employee Resource Group Coordinator. I had created the then 8th group, ADAPT, now known as IDEA. And because of my history in Multnomah County, it breaks my heart to say that workplaces and living conditions here have continued to decline with each passing commission. Leaders seem to be more focused on leaving a legacy than protecting the people who keep this county running. Right now, there are talks about spending millions of public dollars on the Moda Center and creating centralized workspaces just to leave a mark. To me, if you truly want to leave a mark, do it by protecting county jobs. Instead, recent decisions have put lives in jeopardy and ripped apart dedicated teams. I, in fact, just learned that I'm losing the manager that I've been working with for 4 years, which is deeply heartbreaking and out of my control. It is not easy to find a good manager in the county, let alone anywhere. Also, it's not easy to find good coworkers. And so with that being said, while the well-off are still well taken care of, our most vulnerable are still being pushed to the side. For example, look at how much our cooling and warming centers have changed. I've been working at the cooling and warming centers since they first started, which was in 2017. Do you know what it feels like to force someone out into the cold, freezing snow on Christmas Day? Could any of you survive comfortably outside in 30-degree or 90-degree weather? Probably not. In the words of Maya Angelou, people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never, never, ever forget how you made them feel. Please think about how your decisions are making the people of this county feel, the workers and the people who live here. Thank you.
Next, we have Jackie Tate. Jackie, you can unmute yourself and begin.
All right. Thank you. Oh, I can start my video. I'm going to apologize. Normally I'm able to move everything out of the way, but today I don't get to since I'm not in control of WebEx. So dear Chair, Commissioners, my name is Jackie Tate. I'm the current president of AFSCME Local 88, and we represent about 4,000 Multnomah County workers, the diverse, skilled, and committed people who provide the core services our community depends on. I've worked at the county for over 30 years, serving children and families and older adults. Like my coworkers, I have sat face-to-face and knee-to-knee with folks in schools, county offices, care facilities, and in people's homes. I've helped people leave domestic violence, get into stable housing, find employment, prepare their children for school, find jobs, pay their light bill, access health care, get personal care to stay in their homes, and to help them find appropriate facility care when they can no longer live independently. I have helped small business owners, oftentimes immigrants, open adult care homes to provide much needed care to elders in our community. And I have done all of this as a part of the vital safety net services provided by the county to our neighbors, friends, and family. I'm also a lifelong Multnomah County resident, growing up in District 2 and District 4, and now a proud homeowner and taxpayer in District 2 in the working class Coley neighborhood. So I speak to you as a person who has committed my life to the welfare of Multnomah County as a resident, as a worker, as a neighbor, and as a constituent. The core mission of the county is not just something I talk about or deliberate about. I live it, and I'm an integral part of it. The county works because we do, the workers of Multnomah County. But I will admit, I am tired. I am tired of having to come to these meetings and remind you that you serve the people of Multnomah County, that you are here to safeguard the services and programs they rely on, and that the public purse is not your purse to spend however you see fit. As workers, when we were bargaining our last contract, the chair pleaded poverty. We sat through presentations from the county financial officers explaining that the county couldn't give us good living wage increases due to the structural deficit that would cause layoffs and service cuts, that we needed to be a part of the shared sacrifice for the future of our county and the welfare of our clients and community. And we have just gone through a layoff that saw the loss of over 160 positions, and it is predicted to get worse in the next 2 years. So imagine our surprise, frustration, and anger when the chair suddenly found over $100 million in the bottom of the public purse, not for services, not to retain critical staff, but to give away to the city to support a building we don't own, maintain, or directly benefit from. She makes a fool out of all of us, and especially those of us who have sacrificed for the common good, while she helps fund MOTA as just another bullet point on her resume as she leaves the county. But we are realistic, and we know that the county leadership has committed us to a large donation to the MOTA cause. And we support Amendment 1, and we are asking that any funds that could be used to backfill the structural deficit, like the BIT, not be given away. That you all prioritize the county's mission to provide safety net services to our community over politics, and that any donation does not sacrifice good county jobs, but also supports good union jobs at MOTA and real community benefits. Thank you.
Next, we have Hillary Zust. Hillary, you can unmute yourself and begin.
Great, thank you. Hello, County Commissioners and Chair Vega Peterson. My name is Hillary Zust. I'm the elected Secretary of AFSCME Local 88, and we represent nearly 4,500 employees at Multnomah County as well as sublocals, and all of which have been affected by layoffs due to the county budget cuts. So we are in support of union jobs, but we also know that an injury to one is an injury to all, and ultimately without a show of direct revenue to the county services from this deal, it's going to hurt our members. I'm also an employee of Multnomah County for nearly 11 years, and as an abuse investigator, we have seen the tireless stress on case managers and staff burnout and the trauma our workers face every day. And we've been told for many years that there is no money to fund positions that we have or additional funding for the jobs that need it most. As we've brought up previously, the MOTA Center as a whole is a bad deal. Any county funds contributed cannot be on the backs of our members. We simply can't say that we are supporting our most vulnerable when we continue to hack away at core service dollars and pledge money to billionaire-backed arenas that we just simply don't have. We must have a fair deal, one that sustains county jobs and one that through the years will not result in additional layoffs. I stand in support of Commissioner Moyer's amendment to remove the bit tax from MOTA renovations, and instead that be put towards county general funds for the ability to save countless jobs and pending cuts in 2027 and beyond. And I urge you to please not give away non-existent funds without a clear and binding agreement that we can make sure that services are not lost and that jobs are restored please make sure that we get a fair deal for Multnomah County and show that you care about our workers' livelihoods as much as you care about this arena. Thank you.
Next, we have Cindy Sierra. Cindy, you can unmute yourself and begin. I can see you, but I can't hear you. It looks like your sound's not coming through.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Perfect. Thank you. Hello, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Cindy Sierra. I'm the elected treasurer of AFSCME Local 88. Today, you've heard why this deal must protect workers, demand transparency, and hold corporate interests accountable. I stand with my cabinet and my union siblings in that call. As a treasurer, I have one question. Who benefits from this investment? Local 88 has been clear from the beginning. Our priority is county workers, the public services they provide, and the residents who rely on them. We continue to believe that the BIT, business income tax, should be removed from this funding package. While Multnomah County faces structural deficits, staffing shortages, and service cuts, those dollars belong to the county services, not an arena. If this board chooses to invest public dollars, taxpayers deserve more than promises. They deserve strong labor protections, real community benefits, and ironclad accountability. This is why I support Commissioner Moyer's and Brim Edwards' D1, D3 amendment BIT resolution. It raises the standards and requires a project labor agreement and multi-labor peace agreement. Stronger community benefit, local hiring, internship, accessibility, and stronger community voices in protecting workers and overseeing this investment. Public dollars should not create value. Public dollars should create value. They should support good union jobs, strengthen our communities, and produce measurable benefits for the people who paid into them. Support D1, D3 amendment because it's the strongest proposal before you today. Then finish the job. Remove the BIT from this project, restore county services, and invest in the workers who deliver this county's mission every single day. Thank you.
That's all we have for public testimony.
Okay, thank you so much, Tasia. Appreciate everyone who took the time to testify either today or last week. And we do have a lot of written testimony that we've received that have been shared throughout the board as well. Last week, we decided we needed more time to continue our talks and further refine our Moda Center renovation. We heard from many people. We heard from more folks today. We know that our work on this as a county board is really in partnership with the work that has happened at the state and what's happened at City Hall. Yesterday, I testified at City Hall as they continue to discuss their term sheet, of which we hope to see the terms of our resolution reflected. City Hall is going to be voting on their term sheet next week, so that is why we're having this special meeting today. Since we last met, our staff have been hard at work to create a staff recommended package to propose today, on top of the work that we have all done to directly incorporate board and community feedback into the resolutions that are before us. So I wanted to say I was going to hand it off for that amendment and other amendments that folks say. I do want to provide a little bit of context for our discussion today. I don't believe from the discussions that we've been having over the last several months that we're very far apart in our values around this. Through our executive sessions and through our public meetings, I've heard and agree with the desire that we ensure we enter negotiations with strong terms that ensure that this deal is a benefit for our entire community. That's what we all want and that we all desire to keep the Blazers in Portland. So I just wanted to go over some of the underlying things that are in the resolution. The terms that include a 20-year commitment that the Blazers stay in Portland, a community benefits and project labor agreement, a revenue stream for the governments contributing to this renovation, protections from cost overruns and the ability to claw back dollars if the terms of our agreement are broken, equitable treatment and renovations to meet the unique needs of Portland Fire, and more that we'll discuss today. So my hope is that we will approve a resolution today that keeps our dollar commitment at the same level that every member of this board previously committed to when we all signed a letter to the state legislature. I believe we can get to a resolution that puts us in a strong position with the city, the Blazers, and of course with our community. All right, with that, I will open it up.
I got to object to what was just said. Unless you were implying that we serial deliberated behind closed doors and made a legally binding decision to sign a letter, which I would assume you're not saying we did not take a formal action. And what I was told before signing that letter was absolutely this was not a commitment to supporting every term on that sheet. So I wish to object to the repeated times in which it's been brought up that we have pre-committed to this, because if we had in the form of a letter that was not in public, that's illegal. And what I was told about what that letter was and what it meant is not how it's being portrayed publicly. So I need to make that correction because, one, I don't participate in the illegal. I may have concerns with how it impacts the legislative process, but I don't participate in serial deliberation. And I also don't like adding my name when I was told it was a symbolic gesture and was not binding and simply was to tell the NBA that we wanted to be good partners, is being used as a tool to say you've already committed, which was absolutely not what I was told that was. So I'm sorry, but I need to make that correction.
Yeah,
I'm just going to second Commissioner Moyer's comments.
Yeah, I mean, the letter is the letter. It's the words are the words on the letter. The signatures are the signatures on the letter. It is what it is.
Okay, I'm just, because you're continuing to argue with Commissioner Moyer, I want to make the point that the letter also talked about terms and conditions, which the terms and conditions we've got have been zero to date. So that there was no commitment or agreement because it's all contingent on the terms which we are actually talking about this morning.
That's absolutely right. That is why we were trying to do this on the 23rd. That's why we're continuing the conversation today, because our most important thing is to make sure that we have the terms that this board wants to see on this deal that we're making a commitment to, so that we can have a negotiation with the city of Portland around that. So that's exactly why we're here today. Okay, so do we have... So what
I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to move the staff proposed amendment, and I think you wouldn't need to pass the gavel for that.
Second?
There's no need to pass the gavel. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You had earlier said you were going to pass the gavel. So I'm saying if I make a motion, you don't have to motion and pass the gavel.
Oh yeah, no, I just thought Commissioner Jones-Dixon was going to be making the amendment based on previous conversation.
I'll second Commissioner Jones-Dixon.
Okay. All right. And so just to keep track, great. So Commissioner, did you want to make a motion?
Yes, I move to move the postal resolution titled Staff Recommendations Amendments from August 5th, from yesterday, which just happened to be my wife's birthday.
Happy birthday to your wife.
Okay. I second Commissioner Jones-Dixon.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the staff package. Discussion on the staff package.
Yeah, I'll kick us off. Thank you, Commissioner Moyers and Chair, for the comments and getting us started. Again, this amendment resolution reflects the hard work of our respective staff members to blend together areas of agreement that have been part of our public deliberations and other publicly posted amendments. All of this content has been in the public sphere. Other amendments have been posted for discussion and consideration today, as we all know. This is our starting point, and it's reflective of the work to date. Really appreciate just everyone's just participation, especially all of our chiefs of staffs and line staff as it pertains to putting it together.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion. So I'm going to try to keep track of the order, but everybody raise their hands and I'll do that. So I believe it was Commissioner Singleton's next.
Thank you, Chair. One thing on the staff amendment I wanted to just check in about is the language in the state statute says that the joint authority establishes a joint authority for the purpose of which is to own and operate the Moda Center. I'm curious if we need to add language to clarify that we do not intend to own and operate the Moda Center, but it is about having a seat at the joint authority. I think that we've all said that we don't want an ownership stake, but I want to make sure that we're clear in our legislative intent, or if we need to make an amendment to the language to clarify that, I'd like to do that now.
Okay, thank you. And yes, I have had conversations with our partners, started to have conversations with our partners at the state and city about what this could look like in terms of a, not ownership, but just really as they're talking about the approval of the plans and things. So I think that that's a good thing. Did you have any language recommendations that you wanted to make?
Julia, you're muted if you're trying to get in here.
Yeah, I was going to say, Chair Vega Peterson, since this was my amendment that got incorporated, I would just like to share the intention. The intention is not to be an owner, but to provide oversight of the dollars, the capital dollars that we potentially are going to be putting into this. Again, it's not an ownership or in any way an ongoing commitment to the maintenance of the facility or providing operational costs and funds over the years. This is primarily to, and I'm happy if we want to make this absolutely crystal clear to Commissioner Singleton's point, but it in no way is obligating us to like an ownership position, which I feel long-term would be a continued draw on the county finances. It's just to oversee the money that we put in, so we have a seat at the table with the state and the city in the sense of that capital that's going to be going in for the renovations.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Moyer.
I wanted to thank staff. Many of the amendments Commissioner Brim Edwards and I brought forward have been incorporated in this. You know, we're going to talk through some of the areas that we staff didn't come to consensus on. But I did want to appreciate that process. I would have loved if that process would have happened before our first meeting, but we're here and that's fine. And I really want to encourage that be an approach, that or executive session or whatever, so that we're not engaged after seeing a product, but throughout this process, so that we can potentially not need to do this level of amending and debate on future votes. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Brim Edwards, is your hand still up?
It is, but I think County Council Madcore wanted to say something.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioner Brim Edwards. I just wanted, for the record and for people who are following online, we're having a discussion about the staff recommended amendments that are posted online, and Commissioner Singleton had discussed briefly a possible amendment to an amendment that was proposed by Commissioner Brim Edwards, and that can be found at Section 3, subsection P. At this point, it reads, that includes formal representation from Multnomah County on the joint authority formed by SB 1501, period. So just for the record and for clarification, thank you.
Thank you, Jenny Madcore. All right, Commissioner Brim Edwards.
Thank you. So I want to speak to the staff amendment. And when we met 2 weeks ago to start the discussion, Commissioner Moyer and I had called for a reset of the county's terms and the state of the negotiations. And we also, at the time, had posted a whole host of amendments that we felt needed to be included to protect the county's interests, to ensure that funds that would be available for essential county services would remain for essential county services, and that we would look at alternatives to the current package. So I'm just going to go through this amendment package because there's a whole host of amendments that Commissioner Moyer and I introduced to strengthen the county's position, to do our fiduciary responsibility, and to secure include in our terms some really important agreements. So I'm pleased in section 1 that the staff amendment will be incorporating our amendment, which essentially says that if some of our terms are not met around a payment stream, labor agreements, that the county contribution will be reconsidered. So essentially what that says in plain English is if we don't get some of the items that are in our term sheet, that the amount of money that we are putting on the table will be reconsidered. So I'm appreciative that that's included in the staff package. Second, is in 3B, again, that we would have the right to recover all contributed funds or withhold future contributions if the Blazers do not stay in Portland longer than 20 years. As another amendment on 3C, that the terms and contribution level are linked. Again, this is an amendment that Commissioner Moyer and I had, that if we don't get, so saying to the city that if you don't get many of these terms that we've outlined as important provisions for the county that collectively we as a commission have said are important, that potentially the contribution to the project decreases. 3F is another amendment that Commissioner Moyer and I brought forward that makes clear that the community benefit agreement is not just the investment of public funds, but also we add the word and private. Again, the expectation is that the owners and the private entity are part of the community benefits agreement, not just the public entities. 3C, we're also glad that this is included. This is another amendment from Commissioner Moyer and I, that the no TIF district expansion without agreement from Multnomah County. We saw in the last couple of years some really important TIF districts set up by the city, but again, the county didn't have a say, and there's significant financial repercussions. So this is a go forward. So we're glad to see that incorporated. 3J is the setting up of the payment in lieu of taxes or another revenue stream. Again, an amendment we had that sets us up to get a revenue stream. 3K, another amendment from Commissioner Moyer and I. The city in the original resolution was just referenced one school district. There are 8 school districts in Multnomah County, so this will expand it to it. So glad to see this in the staff recommendation coming forward. There's 3L, which is another amendment we had, which was that revenue stream considerations may include, but not limited to, coming to the county, food, beverage, merchandise, parking, and ticket sales. Again, looking at in the past, the county has not had a revenue stream. So this would address the issue of us being asked to make a contribution to a facility we don't own. So the other ones, the 3O, that the project labor agreement the labor harmony and the community benefits agreement must be in place and deemed sufficient by a vote of the board prior to the release of the funds. Another amendment from Commissioner Moyer and I that I'm glad that's in this package, and we won't need to be offering them later. And then the provision that Commissioner Singleton mentioned, which is 3P, that we have formal representation from Multnomah County on the Joint Authority, and this gives us the ability to actually provide some oversight. In 4D, this was another amendment that Commissioner Moyer and I had, that there be presented to the, we've asked for, at past meetings, we've asked for information from both the city and the Trailblazers and not received it. But this provision 4D requires that prior to us taking legislative action to improve investments, that will receive the updated economic. It's not just we might or we should, but we shall receive them prior to any vote, and that would be an updated economic analysis, an overview of the jobs that are part of both the Blazers organization and Rip City Management, and then finally the mysterious renovation and ongoing maintenance plan that we haven't received any details. So I'm going to be supportive of this amendment. It incorporates most of the amendments that Commissioner Moyer and I had posted. And I think it puts the county in a significantly stronger position. And just as a reminder to everybody, this is not the final deal points. It is the terms of that we're going to start in our negotiations with the city. And I believe it puts us in a much stronger position in protecting the county's interests while also allowing us to get to a fair deal.
Thank you, Commissioner Singleton.
Thank you, Chair. I also will be supportive of this amendment. I would hope we all are, since we're calling it the staff package, and talk about it as the thing that we all got to agreement on, or things that we had already talked about in public that had some agreement. So I will also say I appreciate the work of staff. I know this took a number of meetings to get to, and including the language around funding clawback, as well as community benefits. I do have an additional amendment that brings back some of the specific language around community benefits that I would like to see in this deal, as well as some language around the adjacent parcels and those development rights. But additionally, the staff package includes the language from my previous amendment that we will, in Section 1, that we will, should items in Section 3 and 4 not be fulfilled, the county contribution will be reconsidered by the board to decide on a more appropriate allocation, if any. So I feel like this is really reflective of the amendments that I brought forward, and you still will see another amendment from me later today once we get to that next section. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yep, I just want to appreciate all the work that went in by staff. I mean, I will say that we shared the first version of a term sheet with the board in March. And so there have been, months of opportunity for folks to put in their thoughts and terms and ideas. I feel like the good work that's happened just in the last couple of weeks when folks had fire under them were really helpful to moving the discussion forward to where we are today. There are several areas in here where I see things that are part of the larger amendment that I had put forward a couple weeks ago, including in our findings on Section K, where we talk about the county's investment is being contractually protected by a clawback or other remedy that would allow the county to recoup its investment in the event the Blazers begin playing home games in a place other than Portland. I think that's really important. It mirrors some of the language that is in the state legislation as well. So I want to make sure that we are aligned with that. I think it's very important to make sure that in Section 3 in the resolves that we did have that clawback language also included there as well. Wanted to make sure that we had a payment in lieu of taxes included in in this section. So I'm really pleased to see that that has been added here, which was also reflected in the amendment that I put forward 2 weeks ago. I appreciate the language around the school district says as allowed by law, because I think that's an open question in terms of exactly which school districts are allowed to receive dollars through the payment in lieu of taxes. So I think we will let the attorneys figure that out at a later date. And then I'm really pleased to make sure that we have language in here around the equitable treatment of the Portland Fire and the renovations and ongoing operations. In terms of the equity with player facilities, scheduling priority, and tenancy rights. I think that's a really important thing as we think about that this is the Moda Center has many events and obviously different teams that are using the facility and want to make sure the renovations reflect that it's the highest and best use for everyone there. So just appreciate all the work that went into this, and we'll be glad to support this today. All right.
So I just want to, sorry, Chair, I forgot to raise my hand.
Everybody please raise their hand, because otherwise I'm not going to know who does what when. So thanks, Commissioner.
Attorney Madcore, do we need to do more to clarify in the resolution or in the amendment our legislative intent to not have an ownership stake?
Thank you, Commissioner. This meeting also will serve as a basis for the board's legislative intent. So unless language in the resolution is contrary to what's being said, we can always look back at this meeting for that legislative intent. So it's for this particular amendment, I would opine that it's not necessary to add in the very clear legislative intent that's been stated. However, if you want to, that's an option as well.
I'm comfortable not having to do an amendment to the amendment. I think we're going to have a bunch of that going on here in a couple of minutes.
Thank you, Commissioner Singleton. And I do believe that around the question of the joint authority, there are conversations that are happening right now around what exactly that looks like, and the role of the joint authority, not just for the county to join it, but also just even existing between the state and the city. So we'll want to make sure we're a part of that. All right. Anything else? All right, Tasha, can we have a roll call vote on the staff package amendment?
Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones-Dickson?
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson?
Yes, the amendment passes.
Madam Chair, I move amendment number 11.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Yes, sorry, I was unmuting. I second.
Okay, great. All right, we have a motion and a second. Would you like to describe the amendment, Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes, this is an amendment that has been posted for quite some time. It is amendment that strikes the in the resolve section, strikes 2B, which is the use of the business income tax revenues to be contributed to the contribution. It also changes in 2A the number that will be used from the motor vehicle rental tax surcharge from 53 to 88. And just to speak to the amendment, well, that's what the amendment does, and I'll turn it over to Commissioner Moyer if she wants to provide some comments. I have some additional comments about it, but that's the brief description of what the amendment does.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Moyer.
Thank you. This is, to me, a way of signaling, and I want to make this clear to the NBA, although I personally would like our contribution to be less. I want to be very clear that I have heard, although I will say indirectly because nobody from the Blazers has ever talked to me, that it is incredibly important to show our intent that they have $88 million from us in the capital stack. How that got to be, I have feelings about, but it's not relevant to this conversation. The thing that I believe we are hearing, and I want to make clear to the NBA, is we've been asked for that level of contribution as an important symbol of this region's commitment to the Blazers. This amendment gets us to what has been asked for by Rip City management, which is the Blazers, and the understanding of the NBA. There are other issues that are being talked about in this that are about the relationship between the city of Portland and the county, and how we may or may not help the city with things like, as an owner, their ongoing maintenance. I strongly object to that. They don't help maintain our buildings. This is their building. How they maintain it and to what degree, I believe, is up to them. You know, we have had some really difficult budget issues, as they have over the last couple of years. They were unable or unwilling to meet some of their prior financial obligations to the county that resulted in a loss of $31 million in homeless services and the closing of many shelters. So I'm not in a place right now where I want to discuss money subsidizing each other's government in this deal. I think that can be a side conversation related to maintenance as a whole with the owners and us, but I want that to be a different conversation. This amendment is meeting the obligation that we are being asked to make into the capital stack for a renovated arena. So my support for this, although I am still uncomfortable with the dollar amount and think it is too much, does not take from our general fund. It would all be from the motor vehicle rental tax, which has historically been connected to economic development activities, and sends a signal to the NBA that, hey, we are going to do our due diligence on this as a government, but we are not backing down from the number that you think is a fair contribution. And so, you know, I bring this forward as my best last way I can get to a yes. But also to say, you know, at least for me, if I end up not supporting a final package, I did not say no entirely. My no's might have more to do with issues not related to the contribution to the renovation. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion on this amendment? I will say, I know that there are several amendments posted that have to do with financial impacts or the financial proposals around this deal. We do have Eric Ariano, who is here. I think there's a short presentation that goes over some of the financial impacts and just details of those. If at any point folks want to go through that, I'm happy to ask Eric to come up and share that presentation. So we could do it as a course of discussion on this amendment. We could do it after this amendment, but we do have that information available. So just let me know. I think we have Commissioner Brim Edwards and then Commissioner Jones-Dixon.
Yes. So I just, in addition to Commissioner Moyer's comments about, trying to get to the number for the capital investment, that we feel like we've found a way to do that. I will also note with the staff package that the amendment we just adopted, there is contemplated a revenue stream coming back to cover that. So again, this isn't the expectation that we're handing over $88 million without an offsetting revenue stream. So a really important point to make. Again, all these terms are interconnected. I also want to just mention that I'm a member of the Visitor Development Fund and also on the Travel Portland Board. my office has discussed this funding proposal with both Travel Portland and Sport Oregon, and they both expressed support for using the county's motor vehicle rental tax. Again, I think we have found a place where we can be supportive of a what will be a public asset and a public facility, but do it in a way that's fiscally responsible, and also that we will have some assurances and safeguards that we are going to have some really important benefits and economic activity that comes from that investment.
Thank you. Commissioner Jones Dixon.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Just have a question for Eric Ariano. Will the MVRT, will that cover the 88 million? Because
Hey, good morning, Commissioner, and good morning, Board and Chair. Eric Ariano, Chief Financial Officer, and to your question, will with the proposed $88 million in debt issuance that's supported by the motor vehicle, will that be sufficient to cover the expected average debt service? And so my response to that is that I think I've shared with the board before, is that the funds aren't available until after fiscal year 2030. So it'll be available in fiscal year 31 because we have the obligation to fully retire the OCC bonds. But from that point on, we have projected out what we think we would collect in that cycle just for the surcharge, just the surcharge component. And that's about $8.1 million that we expect in fiscal year to collect. And so if you compare that to the expected average debt service on a debt issuance of $88 million, we expect that the annual debt service for that would be about $7.5 million. So 8.1 million versus 7.5. Yes, it's above that, but from a fiscal perspective, we usually want a certain amount of debt coverage on that. And debt coverage essentially is the revenues that exceed your actual expenditures or your debt service cost of debt. And when that coverage is very, very narrow, it exposes the county. So for example, if we were to issue the debt 88 million and we expect 8.1 million in fiscal year 31, but we go through a recession. We go through I would say, a significant recession. Revenues can go down, $800,000 to $1 million a year. And then at that point, you potentially don't have enough revenues to cover your debt service, and that would expose the general fund to have to cover that obligation. So I think to your question is, if with an average debt service of 7.5 million and us expecting to collect 8.1 million in that year, that debt coverage difference is, from my fiscal perspective, is too narrow without having some other revenue source to protect the county.
Got it. And I'm assuming that's why we proposed the BIT. Is that right?
I think that was part of the thinking. I think it's a little broader than that, Commissioner, in terms of why we considered the BIT, but that was part of the overall consideration.
Great.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think to the chair's point, I know there's another amendment that's going to be proposed, but it's just 3 slides, but I think it might be helpful for me to walk through 3 slides when we get through all the amendments, so you can just kind of compare the amendments in terms of the net contribution, if there's any debt component, the cost of debt, and then the overall cost of each amendment, just to see a comparable.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
So I'm just.
Can you raise your hand, please, Commissioner? Just so I'm trying to keep track.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just to respond to Commissioner Jones Dixon, we did have conversations, Commissioner Moyer and I, with Eric about this, and there's a variety of mechanisms, which if we got in that situation where it was narrow, that we could fill the gap either with the payment in lieu of taxes that we're expecting, that we just voted on to fill that gap. The other possibility is adjusting slightly the motor vehicle rental tax, which the county commission has the authority to do. But again, we just adopted an amendment in which we're expecting a revenue stream. So, and we're expecting to get it. If not, we're going to be reducing our contributions. So I guess if we don't get that revenue stream, we would be reducing our contribution. So I feel very comfortable that we have created the protections that the county needs, that we could deliver on assuming we receive the terms that we're outlining here, that we would have the ability to cover the debt service.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Singleton.
Thank you, Chair. I know we're on a different amendment, but just to kind of read folks in, I think that it's important to share. I spent the time since our last meeting talking with the finance team to look at various options, including increasing a marginal increase to the motor vehicle rental tax to move the entire contribution to that funding source and still remove the BIT. We looked at borrowing more under MVRT and borrowing against general fund for filling any gap to keep the BIT out of this deal. Looked at and talked about the opportunity of renegotiating our transient lodging tax IGAs to use any TLT funds that currently go to tourism and move those back to this renovation as another funding stream to pay back some borrowed funds. And then there's the currently proposed in the base resolution. So I just want to be clear that I have an amendment. I know folks have referenced it a couple of times that I'll move after this amendment discussion that also removes the BIT, but has a different dollar amount in the county's contribution at the $101.6 million.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner from Edwards, is your hand still up or is it up again? And you're on mute, Commissioner. Okay.
Just a minute. I'm getting my point. That I just want to clarify that since you raised it, Commissioner Singleton, your amendment doesn't actually propose a replacement. It asks the CFO to come back to the board with a financing plan. So just to clarify, like this is actually a proposal that would meet the $88 million that's spilled out, and it does remove the BIT as an option. But I'm looking at the amendment that we received yesterday, and it says request the CFO to return to the board with a financing plan that prioritizes the uses of the MVRT, but it actually isn't like, here's what we would do.
May I respond?
Please do.
So, Commissioner, that is because I don't think it's appropriate for me to be the only person who had the conversation with the CFO. And I think it's really important that we have a full board conversation about some of the other funding opportunities that we have. And so I left it open to be able to come back and have a more concrete discussion as a board and understand all of the impacts of any particular funding package. So like other folks have talked about, not wanting to do any sort of serial deliberations and also not wanting to belabor the conversation just today. I think folks need some time with the other funding options. It's things that I think we have opportunity. I think the TLT discussion is a much larger one than we can tackle in this meeting today. And so that is why it is them coming back to us to have that more fuller financing discussion.
Okay. Commissioner Jones-Dixon, I saw that you had your hand up.
Yeah, just had a question for Commissioner Brim Edwards. You mentioned talking to Travel Portland and others. Did they share how much we could expect from the payment in lieu, from the amendment that we just passed? On that, I mean, it's a general ballpark. I have an idea.
Actually, Travel Portland and Sport Oregon, I don't have any connection to that. That's our negotiation with the city of Portland. I'm just saying the use of that motor vehicle rental tax to get to the 88 million is what generally they said they were supportive of. But again, we just passed an amendment that said we expect the county to get from the city a payment in lieu of taxes.
Okay. All right, thank you. So I'm just going to share the concerns that I have with this amendment is twofold. One, it is increasing the amount that's going through the MVRT to 88 million. When we were having conversations about the original amount that was going to be taken out of that was going to be paid for by the MVRT, it was with the eye towards the potential. Well, not the potential, the fact that we would need to, have a revenue equal to what we were going to be committing to in terms of the bond payments, so that the county wasn't in any kind of precarious condition with paying for the bond payments. If there was a recession, if there was another pandemic, just, trying to be fiscally conservative. Also, I think that's an important point here that hasn't been raised is that, in the out years of the motor vehicle rental tax, there is the potential for additional revenue coming in above and beyond what we would be paying for the original 53 million amount that the county then could bond for county purposes. I know other folks in the community also would like to use those additional dollars for their purposes, but I think that having long-term additional dollars that the county would be able to use is an important point. So for me, it's both the financial risk of that and then the alternate, and then losing the ability to have flexibility is a concern to me. I think the other thing though is that this, by removing the BIT allocation and not having the full amount of the 101.6 as a part of the package does not meet the requirements of the original shared deal between the city, the state, and the county. And I know this is where we're talking about our
what deal are you referring to?
I'm sorry. Please do not interrupt me when I'm speaking. I'm just saying the proposal that was on the table that has been talked about and shared publicly for months in terms of the total amount of dollars that we're going to be putting in. That is what I'm referring to. So that also is a concern to me. As the strongest asset that we have in keeping the Blazers in Portland is the NVA's sign off on the amount of dollars that are put into the overall deal from both the city, the county, or from the city, the county, and the state. Lowering the amount of that those dollars puts at risk their approval of that package, their agreement that it is a sufficient deal that should keep the Blazers in Portland. And I think moving away from that really takes away, the strongest leverage we have in keeping the Blazers here. So I will not be supportive of this amendment, and would love to see something move forward that actually keeps the total dollar amount. Okay, thank you. And then I'm not sure if it was Commissioner Brim Edwards and then Commissioner Moyer.
You're on mute, Commissioner Brim Edwards.
I'm going to make the point in a public meeting that I've made several times to you, Chair, that when you made public statements about the county, that they were the chair's proposal, because frankly, we never had a public meeting. And you can say you distributed the your draft terms, but we never had a meeting in which we've agreed upon the terms. We're doing that right now. So there's no deal. And also, I find it surprising that you're speaking on behalf of the NBA owners group. What I heard is the NBA commissioner saying we needed a renovated Moda Arena. And this amendment actually gets us to the amount that the county had put in, which is the $88 million. But there never was a deal. And also, I will just say this is going to go to the conversation we have later. This is why we need actually a professional negotiator to get the county what it needs. Because frankly, if you put on the table over and over again money, but without getting anything in return, we are in a position in which the county has basically put money on the table with like zero commitments. And that's like that's not an agreement, and it's not a deal. That's what we're doing right now. And so we've got to be clear about that. This is what we're heading into. We're setting the terms that we're going into our negotiation, not with the Blazers, but with City of Portland. And that higher number actually is not to the actual renovations, which is what the NBA commissioner said was needed. It's going to the ongoing maintenance and operations, which is not a county responsibility. And we can say it might be a good thing for us to do, and we might want to consider it, but we certainly haven't agreed to anything because we're still talking about the terms, and they're all interconnected.
So I think it's been the total dollar amount has been it has been in the public eye for months. So I think that I want to make sure that we're really clear on this. Okay, Commissioner Moyer and then Commissioner Jones-Dickson.
Yeah, because it does matter, you made commitments that are not legally binding because you do not have the authority. This board does. I want to be crystal clear because I think it has been misrepresented. I have never agreed privately, publicly to what you promised, nor was I consulted until promises were already made. So the county didn't do anything. The chair did. It is not binding. The governing board, the Board of County Commissioners, is the decider. I don't know why decisions and promises were made. I wouldn't have done that. I would have brought it back to my board and been honest. I don't know if I can get the majority there or not on those issues. That is not what happened. We were informed as a board of what you agreed to. So I'm going to be very crystal clear. The governing body of Multnomah County is the Board of County Commissioners. A deal is what this body says a deal is, not one person. Today, we may end up somewhere that I wouldn't have negotiated. That's fine. This is democracy. Sometimes you're on the winning side, sometimes you're on the losing side. But it is this board and a majority of this board that decides what the terms will be of a deal. And I think that's vitally important. Second, this conversation brings up a really significant concern because the way it's being talked about, particularly by the chair who is currently negotiating this, is that we're not actually going to get any revenue, which materially impacts our ability to safely bond $88 million or not. In the staff amendment, we specifically state language that we will recuperate debt service or greater from a combination of a pilot and revenue sharing, which then materially changes what we can bond for safely and feel like we can cover debt service. If we're agreeing that our negotiating position is that we get paid back, then we can bond to whatever the bonding authority says we're capable of bonding for. Because, again, in this term sheet, we're getting paid back for whatever that is. So this idea that it's risky to do this amount of money if, and again, and I agree with this, I think it's also probably true for other people's amendments, they are interlocking. They depend on each other. That revenue is a deal breaker for me. If it's not there, I wouldn't vote for a penny. And again, that's not with the Blazers. That's with the city of Portland. I'm not going to let the city of Portland give themselves a sweetheart deal, and we don't get a revenue stream to pay for our contribution. That is a non-starter for me. But
For us.
in a package in which we are sharing and being compensated for, frankly, using our credit and revenue stream to borrow against, happy to do it. We're getting the revenue. So this conversation related to we can't afford this, and that's why we got to spend the BIT doesn't make, it's void of what we already just voted on, which was cost recovery for debt service. And so I want to put that out because it's being talked about in a way that assumes we didn't just pass what we just passed. And so it changes the math that Eric just, and I understand because he prepared these numbers and slides not based on of having already adopted the staff amendment, which has payment for debt service. So I just want to make that clear. We have passed that amendment, which means we are asking for full cost recovery for debt service, which therefore means we will cover, it would cover the cost of whatever we borrow for. And I think that's just important in the conversation, and really to me makes me ask, then why spend the BIT? If we have already voted and agreed, we're going to ask for revenue equivalent to debt service, then why would we spend our precious general fund that we actually will have during this budget crisis to, I'm not going to lie to the public and say, if we keep the BIT, there aren't cuts in the next few years. There are. It lessens the worst of it. It does not prevent cuts, but it does lessen it for when we dip. And that matters to me. I'm not willing to spend that money that we desperately need to get through the lowest low we're going to experience. This is a responsible proposal that you have to look at with what we just passed, which is getting revenue to cover that, and that's why it's a fiscally responsible proposal and not playing fast and loose with debt we might not be able to cover. Because I want to make that clear to the public too, that they are in tandem and necessary, and we just adopted one of them.
Thank you, Commissioner. A couple points, and then I'll go to you, Commissioner Jones Dixon. One, so we do have a professional negotiator for the county, so we definitely will have that. Two, myself, the mayor, the governor's office, leadership in the legislature put forward a package deal as leaders and executives of our respective governments that were going to be vital to keeping the Blazers in Portland and ensuring that we have a first-class facility with the Moda Center. All of us understood as executives of our government and leaders in our government that we would then have to go forward to our respective legislative bodies to sell the deal, right? That's what the mayor's doing right now with city council. That's what legislative leadership in the governor's office had to do with the legislature when they're short session. That's what we're doing now. The bodies, the legislative bodies, are integral to making it a reality. However, it's also the responsibility of the executives to put together a deal that was actually going to meet the needs of keeping it in Portland. There's never been any question that we had to get to terms. As I said, my office shared an original draft of terms in March for this board to start considering. It's taken us till August to actually get to this point. So I do want to be clear that there was never any misunderstanding of what was going to be necessary for all three governments to actually take action on this. And I also just want to be clear that all of the things that we're putting in our terms right now are the things that we would like to see, but there's no guarantee that we're going to get any of them. And understanding that we have language now in this resolution that says if things are not met, then the board is going to reconsider, right? Like, but I do want to be crystal clear. Like, none of these are for sure. This is the board then enabling, setting our terms, and then we would go forward. We as the county go forward with the negotiations. Yeah, so I want to share that. And then I did want to share one thing we've heard from Sports Oregon and Travel Portland. They wanted to be clear that they're agnostic on the funding source. And so I just wanted to make sure that was shared with the record. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Jones-Dixon.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Just curious, Commissioners, Singleton, is that Shirley Chisholm on your cup there? No. I'm just going to ask if Eric Ariano can come up and run through the scenarios before we move forward that he mentioned, instead of waiting until. That would be helpful for me.
I can definitely do that if
Eric.
The board's good with it. Yeah. And Tasia, if you can bring up the funding scenario slides, please.
And just, Eric, before you get started, just to clarify, these are all not, they don't incorporate the amendments we adopted this morning, which will could potentially fundamentally change some of these numbers, correct?
It does incorporate the some of the amendments that have been brought forward, even referenced today. It just does not incorporate, for example, any assumed revenue that would be.
That's the most important one that I was wanting to mention, because and also it doesn't incorporate the amendment we just adopted, which is that if we don't get the revenue, we may lower the amount, which obviously would change the required debt service, correct?
That is correct. Yeah. And so I'm going to walk through three slides, and this is meant to cover, again, each of the amendments that have some number impacts to them. And I know there's a lot of amendments that are verbiage in terms rather than numbers, but this is just on the numbers. So there's a slide that will go through each individual amendment and the net contribution to the project. And then there'll be a slide that goes through the cost of debt for each of the amendments. And then the last slide that will go through the total cost of each amendment, which incorporates both any potential debt issuance and any direct allocation. So, Tasia, if you can go to the next slide. And I'll, Commissioners, and Chair, I'll hold for any questions or comments. I just want to make sure I run through it, and then at the end, if there's any questions or comments. But a lot of this should be in alignment with what's been discussed today and what's previously been discussed. So, looking from left to right, here's the amendments to date. So we have the I guess what I would describe as the current proposal, the historical package, and then Amendment 1, which Commissioner Moyer kind of walked through, and then Commissioner Brim-Edwards, Amendment 11 that's being discussed now, and then an amendment that Commissioner Singleton hasn't brought forward, but it's I think we'll probably get to more details later, but it's also incorporated into this this summary here. So looking from left to right, I'll start with the current proposal, which you're very familiar with, is that for the net contribution, there's the business income tax one-time only, $35 million. I want to note two pieces on this that are really important, is that, first of all, the assumption that we're going to get BIT from the gain on the sale of the team, the estimate is $40 million. It's just an estimate. There's no certainty that we're going to get $40 million. It could be $40 million. It could be half of that. It could be much less than half of that. So everything that we've to date have talked about with all parties, but also even early our negotiations has been, we would only, again, subject to the board authorizing it, would only contribute up to what we get and from the gain of the sale through our business income tax. The other point I want to make on there said that's 40 million total. We have an agreement with the East County cities where for every business income tax dollar we collect, a little bit less than 9% goes to East County cities. So if you apply that percentage to 40 million, it's roughly about 3.4 million. So assuming 40 million, it leaves about 36.6 million available to the county based on that assumption. So in this breakdown here, business income tax for one time only for capital, 35 million. And then there's another BIT component that is for maintenance for $1.6 million to equal to your 36.6 million. Then there's obviously the full faith and credit. That's the bond issuance that would be essentially supported by our motor vehicle rental tax, like we've discussed. And then a direct allocation from our motor vehicle rental tax surcharge from fiscal year 31 through 36 of $2 million annually. And then it stops after this for maintenance support for a total contribution of $101.6 million, which again, we've discussed previously. Moving to the right of that, Amendment 1, and Commissioner, it is okay if I walk through all the slides and then, yeah. And then Amendment number 1, which Commissioner Moore talked about, this removes all the BIT assumptions here in terms of a contribution for any capital or ongoing maintenance. There's no ongoing maintenance assumptions here. This is just we issue $53 million in debt backed up by the motor vehicle rental tax for a total contribution of $53 million. And then there's Amendment 11, which we're discussing right now, which Commissioner Bram Edwards, again, removes any assumptions on business income tax contributing to this package, and then any ongoing maintenance being supported by this package, and we would issue a higher amount of debt issuance of $88 million, supported by motor vehicle rental tax and potentially other revenues from a potential deal. And then the final on the right is Commissioner Singleton's latest proposal, which I want to be clear that hasn't been proposed yet. But this amount keeps the total contribution at $101.6 million, issuing debt at $89.6 million, and then having ongoing maintenance support supported by the motor vehicle rental tax at $12 million, again, for the fiscal years that I talked about that are outlined in the current proposal. So next slide. So this is just another visual of the amendments just for the debt service. If it applies to each of these amendments. And I always say this, and will continue to say it when I talk about this, is the estimates on the debt service are, we're making estimates based on the most, the best, greatest estimates on interest rates. We're obviously in a high interest rate environment right now. And so we are conservative in our estimates on these, but things can fluctuate. I think I referenced that if the county were to issue debt for this, it wouldn't do it until after January 2029. So rates could go up in that time, or rates could drop in that time. We don't know. We don't control interest rates, but here we're trying to be as conservative as possible. So if we get to that point and we can come back to you and say, actually, it's a much less cost, we're going to do that. And so looking left to right, current proposal is we issue $53 million in debt. The total interest cost $37 million. We get a total cost of debt of $90 million. And then that right below that is the estimated annual debt service over a 20-year term. That's the annual amount of $4.5 million. And I think something to what the chair referenced is when we were thinking about this $53 million, we always had in mind that, again, making sure that we have enough debt coverage to make sure we're not exposing the county's general fund. The other thing I'll reference to is that we also wanted to make sure that we know that at some point, I referenced 8.1 million in 2030. At an average growth rate, that will continue to grow over time, right? And so we also discussed the potential of, if we have an obligation, maybe the first 6 years at 6.5 million, that's a 4.5 million in debt, 2 million in ongoing maintenance through fiscal year 36. After that point, we only have 4.5 million versus 8 million plus any growth rate. That revenue over time could create some more ongoing revenues for the county for other usages. And it's just as an estimate, and it's hard to forecast out beyond 3 years, so this is just based on current estimates, is that from fiscal year 31 to 36, there could be leftover about $13 million revenue exceeding debt service and ongoing maintenance commitment. And then from 37 to all the way through, I guess, the term of the bond, fiscal year 49, an additional $90 million of ongoing revenue could be created by just our existing revenue source from the commitment versus what we expect in revenues. To the right of that, Amendment 1, no difference here. Total cost of debt, $90 million, because it strips out all the assumptions around BIT, and the debt issuance will still be $53 million. To the right of that is Amendment 11, which would be a higher debt issuance of $88 million. We assume obviously a higher interest cost of $62 million because we're obviously issuing a much higher amount. The total cost of debt there is $150 million, and then which is substantially higher than the $90 million. And then our annual debt service about $7.5 billion. I've talked about the concerns about the $7.5 million, but if there was more additional revenue, obviously that would support. And then to the right of that, pretty similar to Amendment 11, is that we're issuing $89.6 million. Interest is about $62.6 million, and total cost of debt $152.2 million, and annual debt service about $7.6 million. So very similar to Amendment 11 in terms of total cost of debt. This is just the debt component, and all these debt scenarios assume that we issue full faith and credit, tax-exempt bonds over a 20-year term. Next slide. This is the last slide. This is each amendment, but laid out in a total cost to the county. This is debt and any direct allocation. So again, looking from left to right, the baseline proposal, total capital stack of $88 million, ongoing maintenance 13.6, cost of debt $37 million to get to 138.6, total cost of the county based on the baseline proposal. Amendment 1, total cost of the county is $90 million because we're only issuing $53 million in debt, interest $37 million. Amendment 11 is obviously total of debt issuance of $88 million, cost of debt $62 million, and total cost to the county of $150 million over a 20-year term. And then again, the last amendment, very similar to Amendment 11, is total cost to the county at $164.2 million, a bit higher than Amendment 11, obviously because there's an ongoing component of ongoing maintenance from fiscal year 31 through 36 for that particular package. So again, I think it's important to lay out a visual of obviously the impacts of the cost of debt, the different funding to different capital stacks, but also the total cost of the county laid out in each of these amendments. I will also reference that in the package, there's a table that summarizes this in one page that my friend Jeff Renfro put together that I won't walk through because it's the same thing. And then there's another couple items that are attached as well that lay out these proposals laid out over the 20-year term of the bond, estimating the potential timing of things actually happening, which I think is a really helpful visual that Commissioner Brimmer's had requested that we put together that would be really helpful, which I think is helpful to see in a different way. So now I'll open up for any questions or comments. And I think Commissioner Moore, you have a question.
Yeah, I have two. The first is about what we're obligating the under different proposals for the motor vehicle rental tax. And then the second is I just want to clarify if it is the intent of Commissioner Singleton to have the entirety of the amount be coming from the motor vehicle rental tax, because I thought I read the amendment and it asked for a study, but I also thought that Commissioner Singleton had referenced maybe that wouldn't be the way that it would be approached. So I don't want to presume that her amendment is scenario 4, and so if it is, oh great, but I want to know, because when I read it and what she said doesn't match what the assumptions are on that. So the first question related to the 4 scenarios and the risk to the motor vehicle rental tax, which you've alluded to having nervousness about.
Yep.
So my understanding is scenario 1, which is $138.6 million,
Yep.
borrows for $53 million from the motor vehicle rental tax at a price point of about $90 million. But then it also, and its cost per year in debt service is about $4.5 million.
Correct.
But then it also has for, I believe, 6 years early, an additional $2.5 million, or is that right? 2 million.
Yep.
But then 1 year it's that's from the, okay. So 2 million. So it's at 6 million.
It's at,
no,
Commissioner
6.5.
Moyer, yeah, you got it, Commissioner Moyer.
Okay.
You got
So
it.
it's at 6.5 a year.
Yeah. So what it does is,
That
again, you're,
I get that. So this is my question. And you're comfortable with that debt?
yeah,
ratio.
again, the baseline package, I'm going to always come at from a very conservative standpoint of what our existing resources are based on, and then obviously they're projected, but that's an established surcharge that the county currently has that is collected annually. So the package, both the debt service, and that's why, there's a point where I was like, I don't feel comfortable going any higher, right? We need debt coverage because I can't expose the county general fund, especially in a time constraint, and the county doesn't do that. And so what is that kind of maximum ceiling? And then, so obviously $4.5 million in debt service, being conservative, and then there's that $2 million of ongoing maintenance for 6 years, and then it stops and it rolls back to 4.5 million, right? And so, from my standpoint, there's sufficient debt coverage for me to feel comfortable that it can handle a recession, but also on the other end, that if this is based on discussion we've had before, is that if there was a delta, a revenue that exceeded both the debt service and that commitment for 6 years, and even beyond that, is that's revenue that comes back to the county that's ongoing, that could be used for other county purposes, and that is an ongoing resource, right?
So could all of this.
Yeah, the county board can make a decision on what to use that. So that was the thought process there.
Okay, so that's helpful. And then correct me if I misheard this. You anticipate when this funding stream becomes available and we've retired the debt on the convention center, that it'll start, and I want to say 8.1 was the number that, and I understand that you would never want to borrow 100%. I'm not suggesting that. And then I think you said it grows. Am I correct?
Yeah, because that 8.1 is just what we think at that year it'll be, and then obviously we've had this tax for a long time. We know the average growth rate over time. There's ups and downs, right? And so we applied the average growth rate to that number. And again, Jeff will tell me all the time, like it's hard to forecast beyond 3 years. So have that in mind. But that's why we take an average growth rate, and then we apply it there. Is that yes, there will be a delta that grows over time that the board can decide to use for other things, and that was part of the thought process too of not going too high.
Okay, so assuming that our debt service under these scenarios is a static number, be it 4.5, 7.5, 8. Whatever. I don't remember. I'm not looking at the slide what the annual debt service is, but you feel confident in scenario 1, we're doing 4.5 plus a $2 million commitment, so $6.5 million from that funding stream as a hard commitment, and it will grow. So the discomfort is between 6.5 million and 7.1 million. I'm assuming is a $600,000 discomfort that then, if it grows, goes away. I just want to understand the level of risk difference between different scenarios, and that's where I'm getting a little lost.
Yep.
is like, okay, you're comfortable with 6.5 million and you believe that the buffer will grow, maybe a little bumpy, but it's an upward projection. And so your nervousness is when it's at its tightest, a 600,000.
That's, I mean, my nervousness is yes, that revenue number will grow. You're right, but my nervousness is that's a difference. And again, when we're talking, if you look at it just by itself, 6.5 versus 7.5, it seems like it's not a lot of difference, but it's $1 million, and to me that's a recession, right? That's huge, right? And so, but also that's $1 million over a 20-year term. That's a lot of money.
That is assuming no guaranteed revenue.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, no, I get
100%.
that. Okay, that was my question, and then I guess I don't know if it's a Commissioner Singleton question. I don't want to assume this slide is representing, and so I'm just asking: is it representative of your proposal, or would you like to clarify the difference?
And Commissioner, can I try to answer that? If I got it wrong, or do you want to? Yeah. So my understanding, based on my discussion with Commissioner Singleton with this amendment, is that the BIT would not be part of this, and that we would look solely at the motor vehicle rental tax and then other tourism taxes. She referenced transient lodging tax. But clearly understanding that, yes, my nervousness around the debt service being estimated at 7.6 million and it being too narrow, same thing, same concern. But there's potential of looking at other revenue sources that we currently have, or potentially looking at the motor vehicle rental tax of changing that. And if I'm wrong, Commissioner Singleton, let me know.
Thank you. I would just add that, and that was why my hand was raised, was Eric, this doesn't contemplate the marginal tax increase that we discussed. That would actually help cover debt service in a more robust way. And then Commissioner Moyer, I'll just speak to the difference in the language in the amendment. And what I mentioned earlier was I didn't include TLT language because frankly, that is something that we haven't discussed at all, but I do think it's something we can discuss and look at other sources of tourism revenue to help pay for this bonding.
Okay, thank you so much, Eric. Commissioner Murray, did you have anything else, or is your hand just still up? No. Okay. All right, Commissioner Berman-Edwards.
So I just want to be absolutely clear. The amendment, can you pull up the slides that is slide 2?
I'm working on it. Give me a second.
No problem. Thank you. Okay, I just want to be crystal clear that the summary, and I appreciate our chief financial officer's work to guess what the amendment might be, but it doesn't actually match what the amendment is that has been posted and what's on the table. The amendment is a study and to come back to the commission. It doesn't actually say these things. So I just think we have to be clear about that. And so if actually it's something else, that actually should be incorporated and posted in the actual amendment. But right now we have a study, which isn't actually money on the table. And so I just think we should be clear about that, because a study is not actually money on the table. A question for you, Eric. I'm curious why there is the 2.5 MBT surcharge in the current proposal and the other proposal, which we don't, it's not actually the proposal, but that money is not in the Amendment 11. Why is that 0? Because the 2.5 MBT surcharge is how the bonds are being paid. I don't understand why it's in. If all those packages are requiring some sort of bonding, why isn't that in there?
So, Commissioner, I'm not following. Is this on a different slide?
No. Okay, if you look at this, so what are you referencing in the current proposal that's the MVRT surcharge? And why isn't it in Amendment 11? Because we're using the MVRT surcharge to pay the bonds.
Okay, so maybe this will help. So the right there in the current proposal, obviously, just to be clear, the 53 million full faith and credit, that would be supported by the MVRT. Very clear about that. Then on the fourth line on the current proposal, it just says MVRT surcharge, right? I think it probably should have said maintenance. That is the essentially proposal to use some of the ongoing MVRT, just annual revenues, 2 million of that, to pay for ongoing maintenance, 2 million annually, 31 through 36. That's all it is. And so, looking to Amendment 11, there is no, annual allocation from ongoing revenues to maintenance.
Okay, so that's
but the 88 million would be supported by motor vehicle rental tax revenue.
That's a very important difference because it implies that the motor vehicle tax surcharge is going to be used in some of these amendments, but not others. But really the difference between the current proposal and also the proposal that is not yet it's more of a concept, that there would be, they both should read, instead of MVRT surcharge, it should be MVRT maintenance.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, and then either Amendment 1 or Amendment 11 pay for maintenance or have a maintenance component that they pay for.
So, Amendment 1 and Amendment 11, under these proposals, amendment ideas, that they do not pay for any maintenance. No.
Okay. Then if we could go to slide 3. And, I just think this is important for the record that I would ask that these slides be updated to whenever it is, but that the record show that actually, because of the incorporation of the amendment, that the debt service and the total cost of the package is less. I don't want the record to be reflective of, our amendments have been out, I'm just speaking for ourselves, our amendments have been out there for quite some time. And from the very beginning, when we asked for a reset, we contemplated a revenue stream. So again, I would just ask for the record. I know when work is happening on the fly and you get amendments, some things the day before, but I would hope that be corrected because this could be misinterpreted.
I think
it's an earlier version.
You're right. I apologize for, we want to make sure that we're including everything in terms of the amendments. But I think in this, we were also just evaluating this from what do we have? What do we know we have? And then proposals versus, yes, there's that condition of revenue coming back that would support it, but we don't have that assured,
Yeah, well, and that's very concerning. And so I'd have the same question about slide number 4, just again, looking at net numbers, because, I think that's all part of being good stewards of taxpayer dollars and county resources, that we're not just saying we're signing up for long-term debt for 2049 without the expectation that there is a revenue stream back. And we may or may not get that, but that's, I think that's what we need to be negotiating for. And then this is not necessarily a question for Eric, but more a question for the chair, and that you made a statement that we have a professional negotiator. Do you want to share who that is? Because the commission it hasn't been shared. I mean, I'm concerned that gets shared in a public meeting and we don't know who that is, or it hasn't been shared, or the commission wasn't consulted when actually that person is going to be negotiating on behalf of the commission these terms.
Yeah, I'm happy to share. So we have a deeply experienced negotiator with Chris Oxley, who is going to be representing the county. He will take anything that's passed by the board today as his guide as we enter the next phase of the negotiation process.
So I'm just curious, if this is a Chris Oxley I know, is he the one who worked for the Trailblazers?
He did, yes.
Yeah.
And he's been served on the chair of the board for Sports Oregon for many years. Yeah.
If I could finish my statement. So I've worked with Chris for a long time. I have a high professional regard for him. I would also want to see we're involved with a negotiation directly with the city. However, the Blazers obviously are a very important partner and part of this discussion. So I would be very interested to know how we ended up with somebody who used to work for the Blazers and what sort of conditions of the contract are available. Just and what the other thing I would ask, and again, this is I know Chris, I have high professional regard for him, but how many of these deals has he negotiated on behalf of a local government? Because I would want to know that and know that we have sort of the most experienced negotiator working on the commission's behalf to deliver the package that we expect to get.
I'm sorry, did I mishear? He is on the board of Sports Oregon that is currently lobbying us on how much we should contribute to this deal? We hired a negotiator that's on the board of an organization that is lobbying us on this issue? How is that not a wild conflict of interest?
Okay, I'm happy to provide information on the person that as the executive of the county I hired on our behalf, and provide all the documents including the contract with them. So happy to share all that.
How is that legal? That's a Jenny Madcore question.
It's actually my turn to speak. I've had my hand raised for quite some time.
And frankly, and Jenny Madcore very kindly recommended, we're on conversation around Amendment 11, and we need to continue to focus on that. So thank you for the reminder. So Eric, I see your hand is up, so I'll go to you after Commissioner Singleton. So I have Commissioner Singleton, Commissioner Jones-Dixon, and then okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I think not to belabor that point, I do want to come back to the negotiator. I think it's really important that we all we know how critical it is that people are not doing assignments that are perceived or a real conflict of interest. And I just wanted to say that I do not appreciate my amendment being characterized as a study or a concept. I think that is very reductive and incorrect. I have already stated very clearly that I think it is important that this board have a more thorough conversation of what opportunities we can have to repay this through MVRT or other tourism taxes. When we get to that amendment, I will be happy to share more about it. But there are a lot of things that are actually conceptual, like the PLA and the CBA and the labor harmony agreement, where there has been nothing that has actually been written. So I would ask that people not tend to characterize other folks' amendments in a dismissive manner.
Okay, thank you. Eric, did you have something you wanted to add?
Just real quick, I think just because we're still on Amendment 11 and going to move on, and I think to Commissioner Brimmer's point, we can definitely make an adjustment to that slide to just say there's a conditional, with the amendment assumption around additional revenue. But I just I missed the point there that the overall cost doesn't change. It's just you have revenue to offset that cost. So just wanted to make that point, and that's it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Jones Dixon.
Yeah, just Eric, could you share what's the debt service, the difference between MVRT and BIT? I probably missed that.
Oh, so are you asking just the difference in, if I'm understanding correctly, because if we use BIT, assuming we get it, we're not bonding against it. It's just a direct allocation. So no, we're not incurring any debts, any interest, because it's a direct allocation. And so if we were to issue a higher debt amount because we're not using BIT, we're incurring additional interest cost. I think if my numbers are correct, if we just compare in being very mindful of what Commissioner Brimmer said, there could be additional revenues that offset the costs of that difference between the current proposal, the baseline proposal. The interest is $37 million assumed over the term, and under Amendment 11, the cost of debt or interest is $62 million. So that's a difference of $25 million in total interest cost. Difference between using BIT and using issuing additional debt. Again, it's not apples to apples because there's slightly different proposals, and then there's that condition that Commissioner Brimmer said. But hopefully I'm answering your question.
You did. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Moyer on Amendment 11. You were on mute, Commissioner.
I left my hand up. I didn't mean to.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right. So thanks, Eric, for all of the information and walking us through that. It was a little awkward on when to make sure we were getting those information. I didn't want us to vote on something before we had a chance to hear from Eric. But I also know that brought up some other amendments that we're going to be discussing further. So we'll look forward to discussing those as we move through all of the amendments for today. So if there's no other question, we can have a vote.
Chair,
yes.
Can I jump in quickly?
Please, yeah.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. Jenny Madcore, County Attorney. Just as a matter of, for the public record, and again, as for procedure, just pointing out a few points. Our board rules state that where practicable, board members will put forward in writing proposed amendments and have them posted to the board clerk's website within 24 hours of the meeting. That's for public transparency and to give our commissioners a better understanding of things that they may be seeing at the board meeting. We refer to those generally as amendments. However, these really are proposals or supposals. They are not required to be brought forward. They are not amendments on the table. It's really just a transparency effort. So when we're talking generally about amendments and the numbers, we can look online and see all of those proposals. Right now, the main motion that we have before the Board of County Commissioners is R1 as amended by the staff package. And we're currently discussing amendment number 11 from Commissioner Brim Edwards. So the next step would be further discussion if the presiding officer has it, and then a vote on that. After that, there may be additional amendments brought forward by board members that have either been posted, or they could be from the floor if it's something new that's come up, and we will discuss those. As a matter of procedure, we should only be discussing the matter on the table at the time the motion is put forward. It's slightly challenging here because we have some crossover. So to the extent possible, and for public transparency and for order, if we can maintain that only discussing the motion on the table at the time. It's going to be hard, but we can try. That was my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Always appreciate your help with that. Okay, so
Madam Chair, I just have a question for the attorney.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry. When I was listening to you speak, did you say that actually the things that we posted aren't amendments? but proposals?
We call them amendments, but they have not been formally moved by the board yet.
Okay, I'm just curious because I think that's very confusing, because during my 3 years on the board, when we have an amendment that we post, they're amendments. And so it's not just when they're moved, they are amendments. And that's how the legislative process works. I think Robert's Rules of Order. So I'm just confused, and I think that is contrary, like to call them like their proposals until they're moved. It's contrary to my entire experience on the board. Now, things that are walked on as like, I have an idea, I'm going to put something out there at the time of the board meeting, you know, those are proposals, but like we've posted those as amendments, and, you know, during the budget process, they're all labeled as, you know, 1 through 55 as amendments. So I'm not sure the distinction, and I'm concerned that that you're suggesting we're having a change of practice.
I'm happy to answer that question, Commissioner. I am not suggesting a change of practice. Instead, the longstanding practice of the Board of County Commissioners and Robert's Rules is that motions do not belong to the body until they're moved and seconded by that body. Prior to that time, we can use semantics. We can call it an amendment, a proposal, a supposal. But prior to that, that document is solely yours, your individual commissioner. So you get to put forward the amendment that you want the board to consider at the time you make the motion, that it's seconded and then considered by the board.
I'm sorry, but we just went through an entire budget process where the whole process used amendments without that sort of caveat. So, I mean, I don't know what the distinction that's trying to be made right now, but frankly, I think for the purposes of this county commission, we've always considered an amendment, and I don't consider what we posted as amendments. I mean, all the discussion among staff, it's always an amendment. Again, the distinction usually is if somebody brings something and walks on an amendment that they haven't posted. But we don't need to have a further discussion, but I would say our practice is to call them amendments, and they are actually amendments to what we're actually considering.
Okay, thanks, Jenny. I think the way I think about this is that we post it for public transparency. We call them amendments because I think that is the clearest and easiest way for all of us to talk about it. And just because it's posted doesn't mean it is necessarily going to be brought forward as a motion and second for consideration of the board, right? Like there's no requirement of that. So I think I really think that that's what I'm hearing from everybody who's talking today. Okay. Our
rules refer to amendments, and just
yeah. Like I said, I don't think that there is. I think that we're saying the same thing, maybe using slightly different language. Okay, so any further discussion on Amendment 11? Okay, Tasia, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Singleton?
No.
Commissioner Brim-Edwards?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
No.
Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Chair Vega-Peterson?
No, the amendment fails.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, we have hands up though, so we're going to do hands up. So if Commissioner Singleton, Tasia, your hand is up. Commissioner Moore, your hand. Okay, Tasia, did you need something?
We have one more person for public testimony that got skipped due to a technical error on my part.
Okay, let's go ahead and do that, and then we'll go to Commissioner Singleton and then Commissioner Moyer. Thank you.
Okay, we have Rachel O'Rourke. Rachel, you'll have 3 minutes. You can unmute yourself and begin.
Chair Peterson and Multnomah County Commissioners, I appreciate you making this time for me to present today. My name is Rachel O'Rourke. I'm the elected Vice President of ASME Local 88, and I am an acute care coordinator with the Crisis Line. I'm here today representing over 4,000 frontline public service workers who keep Multnomah County running every single day, and in support of Commissioner Moyer and Brim Edwards Amendment 1. Every single decision made by the Multnomah County Board of Commissioners has a profound, direct impact on our ASME Local 88 members, and the stability of our public safety net and the lives of our community's most vulnerable residents. That is why I stand before you to demand an immediate end to the era of writing a blank check for wealthy sports franchises while our public services are left to bleed out. On behalf of ASME Local 88, I urge your strongest support for the amendment put forward by Commissioners Moyer and Brim Edwards. This amendment is a critical safeguard for worker rights, financial responsibility, and total transparency. As Vice President, my responsibility is to the Local 88 members and our union siblings across this region who demand that we fight for workers' rights and workplace accountability. We absolutely refuse to support a multi-million-dollar deal that ignores the very people who make the arena run. This amendment exposes the true labor conditions by demanding a complete, transparent overview of the entire workforce and every service contractor under the Trailblazers and Rip City management. Today, the voices of ASME Local 8 members must be heard loud and clear. Every time Mayor Keith Wilson and the city hands out unilateral corporate tax giveaways, it directly starves the property tax base that funds our county's frontline behavioral health, housing, and public health services. Amendment 1 draws a hard line. It stops those backroom corporate handouts by stripping the county's power to expand the TIF districts or grant blanket tax exemptions in the Rose Quarter. Most importantly, it delivers a critical county veto power, ensuring not a single dollar of tax increment financing moves forward without the explicit agreement and oversight of the Multnomah County Board of Commissioners. We can no longer tolerate a broken and unjust system where Multnomah County faces devastating ongoing cuts to direct life-saving services while massive profits are generated right down the street. It's critical that the county financially benefits from this Moda Center deal. This amendment secures a fair deal by demanding direct county revenue and commanding the city to actively create and expand new streams that flow straight into county funds. We must capture our fair share of wealth generated inside the stadium through targeted fees and surcharges on tickets, parking, food, beverages, and merchandise to directly support the life-saving programs of our community. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, we'll go back to discussion. Commissioner Singleton.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to make a motion to introduce what is titled D2 MODA Amendment 080526B. It will remove the existing language in Section 2 under the Multnomah County Board of Commissioners resolves to, and replace that with quote, to determine the approach and timing of allocation up to $101.6 million for the Moda Center Arena capital renovation and initial ongoing capital expenditures, and request the CFO to return to the board with a financing plan that prioritizes the usage of the motor vehicle rental tax surcharge and other tourism taxes and excludes the business income tax revenues and ongoing general fund.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Is there a second?
I'll second. Can I make a ADA accommodation request? Because, and I don't know but I think I'm seeing things in this proposal that got changed by the staff amendment, but I'm not sure I can tell. And I would like either, I guess this is a question for the carrier. Is this proposal meant to incorporate the staff amendment that we did adopt, or is it meant to change any element of that? And if it is not meant to change, may I request that we take a recess to update the amendment with the changes we made so I can understand the amendment.
Okay, so before you respond, Commissioner Singleton, just to make sure that we're clear. So we have a motion and a second to consider the amendment as described by Commissioner Singleton. Now we're on discussion, and you have a question to the carrier of the amendment around clarifying what exactly the amendment's changing. So Commissioner Singleton.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for the question. So this the only thing it changes in the staff amendment is Section 2A under the board resolves. It removes A and B and replaces it with this A and B. Everything else in the staff amendment stands as we just voted on.
I think I might be looking at the wrong amendment. Renovation must include. So this is not okay. I think I'm looking at the wrong one.
Let me. I don't know if it was sent to you all in your inboxes, so let me make sure if that's helpful that then you've got that right there.
And it is posted publicly on our meeting materials.
So this is just like a further clarification. So this is the one that actually increases, like changes it to 1.1 million and in A, and then requests the CFO to return to the board, and then strike C and D. Is that the amendment we're talking about?
I'm sorry, it doesn't strike C and D. There's only a C in the staff amendment, so I'm not clear.
Okay, I'm looking at what was posted. I'm sorry.
I can jump in for assistance here in the amendment, and I understand that there could be some confusion, and if a recess is needed, that's fine too. But the amendment that's being proposed removes 2A and 2B from the staff recommended amendments and replaces it with new language. And the new language, as previously read by Commissioner Singleton, 2A would read, to determine the approach and timing of allocating up to 1.1 or 101.6 million for the Moda Center area capital renovation and initial ongoing capital expenditures, period. It would also add to 2B, request the CFO to return to the board with a financing plan that prioritizes the usage of motor vehicle rental tax, MVRT, surcharge, and other tourism taxes, and excludes the business income tax revenue and ongoing general fund, period. And then the final part of subsection 2 would now be C, and that remains the same.
Thank you for sharing this, Tasia, so that we can see it all. Okay, so Commissioner Moyer, is that clear? It's the addition of the wording in pink.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry. I was looking at the wrong amendment.
Okay.
Right. But I am going to need that for other amendments that, as we go forward, I'm just putting that out there. I'm going to need that to be able to look at it as it's been adopted. Thank you. Sorry, I misunderstood which one we were on.
No, absolutely great. Yeah, and we can take recess or we can have clarity, especially if we have amendments that are being updated. Okay, Commissioner Jones-Dixon.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Singleton, for bringing this forward. In Section B, is the plan to bond also the tourism tax? Is that what you're proposing?
Yes, correct. This would be all funded with bond, no BIT, and no any sort of ongoing general fund resource.
Thank you, Commissioner Singleton, and I think we got a little sidetracked there. I want to make sure you had an opportunity to explain the amendment. Anything else that you wanted to talk to speak to the amendment?
Thank you, Chair. I think that I just want to make sure there's a couple of things. One, I know I've been a broken record on this, but I don't think we need to rush our work, and I think there is some more work to do around the specifics of MVRT, TLT, or some combination of tourism tax to pay for this. So that is why the language is open so that we can come back as a board and have a more thorough conversation. I've really appreciated that we're all trying to get to yes on this and make sure that we're showing up to support the community as well as our frontline workers. I also believe this deal, we still have the opportunities to expand union jobs and all the things that we've talked about, and I'll talk about more shortly. But we can do this without using county's general fund or BIT. And so that is why I'm bringing this amendment forward. I think really what I've heard, in addition to my conversations with the CFO, that my conversation with AFSCME was also very loud and clear that BIT or any other source of general fund going into this deal is really feels like a slap in the face, frankly, to our frontline staff. And so this amendment attempts to address both the concerns on of our frontline staff, but also to move forward with a funding package that gets us to a deal here, knowing that, again, all of county finances are contingent upon the resolution of our demands, frankly, in our term sheet. So this is not, I think it's important to say, nothing that we do here today is actually writing a check to anybody. This is the start of the negotiation, and should we not get the things that we know are critical and important to us, I've heard clearly from Commissioner Moyer that includes a revenue stream. Additionally, for me, there's some really concrete community benefits that are non-starters for me if that is not a part of the deal. And so then at that time, we would come back to revisit. But this amendment is the attempt to keep us at to really come forward with that $101.6 million commitment, but frankly, give the board the time to have some of the conversation that I was able to have with the CFO, and I will work with him to get something on the agenda so we can actually talk about the different tourism taxes that we have and how we may or may not be able to use them, and should we need any slight increase because the proposal does contemplate a marginal increase in motor vehicle tax. Thanks.
All right, thank you. So I've got Commissioner Moyer, Commissioner Jones-Dickson, and Commissioner Vermedward. So I'm just seeing them in order. Commissioner Vermedward, were you next? If you were next, you can go ahead. I just want to make sure we're using our tools to the best as we can. WebEx doesn't put people in the order that they've raised their hand, which is it makes this difficult. So. And Commissioner, you're speaking, you're on mute.
I was just saying I didn't think I was last, but I'll defer to my Commissioner Jones-Dickson or Moyer. If you felt you were before me, go ahead, please.
We're not going anywhere, so go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Just like we don't have a chance.
I'm gonna I'll have some comments about this in a moment, but I just have some clarifying questions. So the commission just voted down, I would say, a very similar proposal, with the exception of, conceptually, but this actually, perhaps the primary difference as it's described, but not actually written in the amendment, would be that this is going to be putting $12 million for operating and maintenance. Is that correct? I mean,
yes,
it removes
as
the
I
BIT,
said at
which
the last board meeting when we talked about this, I think we can make a funding commitment without having the details in there. So this is committing that both the capital stack and the maintenance, as Eric described in the slides we looked at just a few moments ago.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. So, because our last amendment, got rid of the BIT and used the motor vehicle tax to get to $88 million, which is the capital stack. And we deliberately chose not to have funding in there for operations and maintenance. Because B says request the CFO to return to the board with a financing plan, when would that actually happen? I'm not prepared to vote on terms without being specific. So I'm curious, when are you proposing that happen?
I would defer to the Chief Financial Officer, but as I stated moments ago, my intention is to bring that forward in an APR and get on one of the agendas in our one of our upcoming meetings.
So does that mean that we wouldn't be voting on final terms today? Because it seems like this is a pretty important thing versus, I mean, I would say in some ways it is it's very non-specific. It could leave the door open to, it obviously sets a much higher bar for what the county needs to come up with. So I would want to know exactly how the proposal how this would be paid for. It looks like Eric's on screen. But I also don't think we can vote on terms without actually being specific about what we're doing.
So Eric, if you want to go ahead and jump on.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment. I don't know if I'll be able to answer your question, Commissioner Bowers, but I think the way I read it is that if the board were to vote on it, at least it sets a threshold of what we would fund at what funding level, and then I would have to come back, and here's obviously with the direction that BAT is not an option or other general fund revenues, and focus in on motor vehicle rental tax and other tourism taxes, and say here's some recommended options, which could include, the commissioner said, could include a recommended increase to the motor vehicle rental tax to generate the revenue to support that level of funding. That's the way I read it. In terms of timeline, and I shared this with Commissioner Singleton, and maybe Will can jump in too, because he's part of this process in terms of the work that we're doing with the city around the IGA, is that to me, sooner the better, like as soon as possible, we know what the amount is, we can work on the specifics on what makes up that amount, but as soon as possible, and to me, it have to be by at least, the latest mid-September, but I'm kind of doing this a little bit, so that's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah. You had discomfort at getting to, this is a question for our CFO again. You had discomfort about, although I think you addressed some of it, about getting to 88 million. This is like another 13 million. The gap's a little bit bigger.
Yeah, I share that same concern. 100%. It's a larger amount. I share that exact same concern that I voiced with the 7.5 and Amendment 11 around the average debt service being so high. 100%. I share the same concern.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'm not done with my questions. Sorry.
Okay.
So is the intention that we would, if this passed, to approve this as part of the term sheet, and we'd be adopting it today without being specific?
Is that a question to me?
Well, I think it's to the chair. I don't know. I mean, it's.
Yeah, I can answer. So if this was amendment were to pass, it would be part of the overall resolution that we have that dictates the term sheets. It would necessitate, as the amendment says, the CFO coming back on this, coming back with a more concrete proposal that the board would consider in the sooner rather than later. And then and then my understanding, and I'm glad, thank you, Donnie Oliveira, for being here from the city of Portland. I believe that the city's plan is also to pass something similar, next week, in terms of not having specifics on where the financing is coming from, but they are contemplating on the overall total of the financing. And Donnie, if you wanted to correct me or provide detail on that, that'd be helpful.
Yeah, real quick. Thank you, Chair. Commissioners, Donnie Oliveira for the record. I'm the Deputy City Administrator here at the city. Commissioner, the city's term sheet is contemplating the highest level of information right now. We're trying to keep flexibility as we enter in negotiations with the Blazers through the joint authority. So if the county were able to at least commit to that target number, the hydraulics and the mechanics of how you get there, we'd expect you all to work through that through the fall, like the city will be doing. But I will just note that we do have a target in December where some of those definitive documents will be a must-have for the state resources, and we'll probably need to have a higher clarity of where those amounts are coming from for those documents in December.
And then Donnie, as long as you're here, does the city pay for any of the maintenance of county facilities like our aging bridges, roads, our county jail, our health clinics?
Oh, Commissioner, I'm happy to get back to you on that. Off the top of my head, I'll need a lot of support on answering that.
I think the answer is no, but you can get back to me. I'm pretty sure that you all don't pay for the operation and maintenance of our assets. And again, I think the original ask and from the MBA was for a renovated Moda Arena. And this is an additional add. And for many of the same concerns that the chair mentioned before about, like, as you keep going higher, you're reducing other, potential uses of funds. So I'll just say I would not be supportive of setting a higher number when we have no idea what the trade-offs are. And also when I feel like the county has made a good faith effort to meet the $88 million, which was talked about at the state level of getting to the renovation of the Moda Arena, which we all know is important.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Moyer.
Yeah, I just have two clarifying questions. The first is, when I read it, what I believe it is saying is, under no scenario is the BIT on the table for whatever funding package. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So now I think I may have forgotten my second question. I don't remember it. Sorry.
Okay, Commissioner Jones-Sixton and then Commissioner Graham-Edwards.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Eric, for still being here. I just wanted to confirm, or just for clarity, my chief concern is just the long-term debt. Is this, how much would that be, or can you provide a general ballpark? I think you had it on one of the slides.
For the option, this particular amendment, the total estimated interest and cost of debt is about $62.6 million. That's assuming we issue at just under $90 million. So, So I think to Commissioner Brimmer's question to me, it's the same concern I have. It's a substantial amount of additional cost for a higher amount of debt service.
Got it. Thank you.
Can I just, Eric, as a follow-up on that, again, the numbers that you're using does not currently contemplate any sort of marginal increase in the motor vehicle tax, and that component of it would change the data.
That is correct. If the board were to contemplate an increase to the motor vehicle rental tax rate at a certain level, then obviously to help my concerns around the debt coverage, then obviously that would change things. But as it currently is, the rate is, and assuming what we project out in revenues, I just like I voiced with Amendment 11, I have the same concerns. But again, if we raise the rate, it could change things.
Okay, Commissioner Jones-Sixton, any further questions or follow-up questions? Okay, Commissioner Moyer, did you still have your hand up, or go ahead?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I don't want to leave today without actually landing on how we're financing it, because it really impacts my feeling on the number. So I appreciate this because I do share a desire not to use the BIT, but I really want to know what we would be doing in lieu of that before feeling comfortable committing to 1.16. So that's where I'm at, but I appreciate this over using the BIT.
Thank you, Commissioner. So I will say, there are two things that I appreciate about this. One, as we've been going through these negotiations, the source of the funding has been the biggest issue. I think the second being like what the total amount of funding should be that the county puts in. I support the work that has gone into this amendment because it does keep the 106 amount whole, which I think is really critical again to the overall viability of a package that has the support of the partners who went in on it, as well as the NBA in terms of what was proposed for the renovations to make the Moda Center a first-class facility. So I really appreciate that. I also, my desire is to get to a place where we could have the specifics about where these dollars are coming from. I still feel like the BIT is a reasonable and frankly, like, how do I want to say this? It makes sense because it doesn't increase our longer term debt, the amount of longer term debt. However, knowing that the city of Portland is in the same place we are, they're still having conversations, they're still having negotiations about what exactly the financing package is going to look like. If we passed this today, I feel confident that we could continue to engage in conversations with the city. They would have our terms, so we could start we could continue strongly on the IGA negotiations that we have done, and it gives this board a little more breathing room as to really finalize what that looks like in considering both, what might be feasible with what the city would approve in terms of the terms that we're sending over with revenue sources from them, as well as any other revenue sources that we may want to consider as a board to help pay for these costs. So I appreciate the work that went into it. I appreciate the holistic nature of this proposal as well. Okay, Moyer and okay, Brim Edwards. Commissioner Brim Edwards, you're on mute.
I just want to make clear the difference between this and conceptual proposal, an amendment that is being made, and what we just voted on is it's adding another 12 million or 13 million to the offer. We just voted down. So I do like that it takes a bit off the BIT off the table, but we just had an opportunity to do that, and the commission didn't vote for that. So the main difference, and my vote's going to be based on, I don't think we should be coming up with a higher number and paying for maintenance for an asset we don't own. And to date, we haven't, to go to the high point without actually having gotten anything yet or any sort of commitment at all, to me is not being a good financial steward of the county's resources. But I absolutely agree that the BIT, and I've had amendments sitting out there with Commissioner Moyer for 2 weeks, not to use that. So we should just be clear about that.
Okay, thank you. Any further conversation on this amendment?
I see Attorney Madcor's hand.
Oh, I can't see that on my screen. But please, Attorney Madcor, please jump in.
Thank you for noticing.
You could really just jump in.
Thank you for noticing, but unfortunately I had just left my hand raised up in the air. So nothing to add.
Thank you. Okay, Tasia, can we have a roll call vote?
Yes. Commissioner Brim Edwards?
No.
Commissioner Jones Dixon?
No.
Commissioner Moyer?
No.
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson?
Yes, the amendment fails. Okay, I'm gonna actually call for like a
Chair?
hold on. I'm gonna call for a 5-minute recess just so we could take a bio break because it is noon.
Okay, I would be asked that I be called on as soon as we get back from the break. That I'd be
Okay.
first up. Thank
Yeah,
you.
can just leave your hand raised so I can remember it. Okay, thank
Done.
you. Okay, thank you. All right, we will be back in about 5 minutes at 12:13. Thank you. So I'd like to call us back in to session. Thanks, everyone. Okay, and so as we were, right, just before resource, Commissioner Brim Edwards got into the queue. So Commissioner Brim Edwards.
Yes, I would like to move amendment number 1.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to move amendment number 1. Commissioner Brim Edwards, would you like to describe the amendment?
Yeah, this is fairly simple. It once and for all, hopefully, strikes the BIT as an option as a revenue stream for this deal. Again, I think as we had sort of an exhaustive conversation about the last 2 amendments, there's other sources, but because neither of those amendments passed, this is an attempt just to hopefully remove a revenue source that from the discussion about how we might fund the county's contribution.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion on this amendment? Okay, I will just say I'm not going to be supportive of this amendment. This, takes out the BIT. It doesn't have any substitute or constitute any substitute. It doesn't provide. It only provides $53 million in funding, which I don't feel is sufficient. So I won't be supportive of this. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'll just say once this has been removed, I'm more than happy to come back potentially with another proposal. But again, that was our first amendment, so I can come back with another amendment. But I do want to move an amendment that has been actually, because I think it was the second amendment that Commissioner Moyer and I had posted over 2 weeks ago. So it seems like we can dispense with this and consider other options.
Okay, any further discussion? All right, Tasia, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Jones Dixon?
No.
Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson?
No, the amendment passes.
May I motion that we take a recess? I need to eat something. Can we take a lunch?
So we can take, yes, we can definitely take a recess. Why don't we take a half hour and come back at 1? Does that work for everyone's schedule? Okay, thank you. We are in recess until 1 p.m.
Popeyes.
everyone. We are back from our lunch recess, reconvening the special meeting for the Multnomah County Board of Commissioners. So we have had all right, so so we've had some folks in the queue. I think Moyer was first. Commissioner Jones Dixon, did you bring your hand down? I saw it up before.
I'm bringing it up in a bit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, Commissioner Moyer, and then
All right.
Commissioner Brim Edwards.
Yeah, I'd like to make a conceptual amendment. I think my judgment from this conversation is we don't want to end at a $53 million term sheet. And so I'm offering that we amend section 2B and replace the number 53 with the number 88.
I second that.
So it's a conceptual amendment? Is it actually an amendment though? Is it a conceptual? But you're bringing
Yes, it's not in writing. I don't have it in writing.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay, so this is, this is similar to, I just want to, okay, wait, so just so we're clear, we have a motion and a second to, in section 2B, is that correct?
Yes. Replace the number 53 with the number 88.
Are you sure you don't mean 2A?
It is 2A.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, sorry. Yes, 2A.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second so this is basically bringing back amendment 11.
It's an attempt to not end at 53 million and
Yes,
get to the ask that the NBA expects out of this region.
Okay, so this is amendment 11 though, correct? I mean, this is the same amount and the same wording and the same as
I was going to say, except for a key piece of Amendment 11 was striking 2B, which was the BIT, and that's already been removed. So that's why it's being brought as a sort of freestanding. It's just changing 2A.
Okay. All right, so we have an amendment on the table. Any discussion on the amendment? Okay, Commissioner Brim Edwards. Commissioner Moore, your hand's still up. I don't know if that's okay. Commissioner Brim Edwards. Commissioner Brim Edwards, you're muted.
Sorry, get out of practice. You have one little recess. And I was going to say, this, I think, is reflective of the commission, as you spoke, Chair Vega-Peterson, at the beginning, the commission's desire to be a good partner in this process, while at the same time we're obviously establishing terms and parameters to protect the county's interests. But this would close the gap between what had been previously promised, not as collectively as a commission, but as we discussed for the renovations. Again, I think the operations and maintenance was a very separate discussion. So this gets the county to the number that it said it would be at for the capital renovations.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion on this? Okay, I will just, I feel like I'm repeating myself, but my opposition to this is the same as it was when this idea was brought forward under Amendment 11, and that it doesn't get us to the whole package that I believe we need to have a full and fair deal for this.
A question from the chair. Do you, it's just the sake of like, but potentially trying to find common ground. Are you, while it doesn't get to the 101, again, I think there's a philosophical made difference on the operation and maintenance. Are you philosophically opposed to using the MVRT to get to the 88 million?
A large part of the deal that I had was using the MVRT. So I see that as a very likely source of the dollars. I think, and this is why I was supportive of the amendment that Commissioner Singleton brought forward before, is that I think we have to have a very clear-eyed understanding what the potential impacts are to that funding source if we're going to rely on it more in terms of what it can withstand in terms of the amount of debt leverage on it, what we might possibly need to do in addition to that to make sure that we have the additional dollars. But to me, it's very important that we have the full amount funded there.
Right, but just to be clear, as I understood the amendment, is that it was to use the MVRT to get to the 88 million, and that hasn't changed because now we don't have the BIT. So it's not necessarily the source, it's that not getting to the 101 million. That's a question.
Yes. This is even less than what we were contemplating previously. So, okay. Any other discussion? Okay, Tasia, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Singleton?
No.
Commissioner Brim-Edwards?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
No.
Chair Vega Peterson?
No, the amendment fails. Okay, Commissioner Jones-Dixon.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to, I would like to move to bring back Commissioner Singleton's amendment. I think it was D2B.
Okay, we have a motion to bring back amendment D2B. I'm going to trust you on that. I don't have it open in front of me for reconsideration. Is there a second?
One second. I'm sorry to be lagging behind. Jenny Madcore, County Attorney. Commissioner Jones-Dixon, were you in favor or against that?
I was against it.
So you were a no vote?
I was a no vote.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So Mrs. Motion to reconsider is fine.
A point of parliamentary consideration. We already have stripped out the BIT. So Commissioner Jones-Dixon, what you're asking us to reconsider is the 101 and the CFO bringing back at some point some options. Because I say we've already stripped out the BIT.
Okay, I'm sorry, Commissioner. Before we go into discussion, I just do we have a second on this?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Now we can have discussion on the item. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate the question, Commissioner Brim-Edwards, and thank you, Tasia, for bringing it up. Yes, you are correct. Bring back sections A and B.
So the essence would be, I say, we've already struck that through Commissioner Moyer, and my amendment, get me up to 101. Sorry, it's a really small font. I don't know, Tasia, if you could bump it up, if that's possible. Just the font size.
Would you like me to read it, or you got it?
I'm going to make my ADA request that I have the corrected version in writing.
This is the same version. The difference is that the BIT language in D doesn't need to be struck because it's the same exact language that we already struck in the last amendment. Everything else is still the same.
Okay. Okay, then I guess I'm gonna, if you can walk me through what this, now what it does versus before.
Yeah, I'll hand it off to Commissioner Singleton if you want to just re-explain what you explained earlier as far as the amendment is concerned.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner, and thank you for the question, Commissioner Moyer. This is no change originally, other than, again, the BIT is the same language that you all had attempted to strike in your Amendment 11 and then Amendment 1. So since the three of us already agreed there, and I voted yes on the amendment because of that agreement of striking the BIT, so that is just the only piece that will, this amendment just, that makes that point moot. So this is bringing back the language to determine approach and timing of allocation of the 101.6 million. Again, it contemplates using MVRT or other tourism taxes to pay back those bonds and debt service. And I still am committed to working with the CFO to come back hopefully in the next couple of weeks so we can have a full board discussion about any potential increases to the motor vehicle rental tax or, again, other tourism taxes.
Okay, so I'm trying to make sure I'm understanding.
I think Commissioner Jones-Dixon is just reopening the amendment that we had already previously had some lengthy discussion on.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I understand. This is saying we're committing to a dollar figure of 101.6. We don't know how we're going to pay for it, but we are not using the BIT, but we are not deciding or have reached any agreement that we can reach an agreement to get to this dollar figure. Is that, I'm trying to understand what I'm voting on.
Yes, so this says that it will exclude BIT revenues and ongoing general fund for whatever comes back to the board for consideration. What we'll be voting on or talking about later will be how we will finance this through MVRT or other tourism taxes.
What happens if we can't reach an agreement or nothing passes? What happens to the offer? Does the money disappear if we can't come up with a funding package that we would approve? I don't understand. How real is this commitment for money if we can't agree on a way to fund it, is my question, like legally in this. I don't, that's my question. I don't understand if we're really like kind of kicking the can again, because I don't know what's going to come up and I don't know if it's going to pass. Is this saying like we think we're going to get there? We'll see. Stay tuned till we come back.
I think it's doing the same thing that the amendment that just failed did, which was just a difference in dollar amount from 88 to 101.6. So I would say, I'm definitely not giving a legal opinion. That would be Attorney Madcor's role. But I would say that, again, this is something we just discussed at length, and this is really looking.
But that is not what the amendment
Please don't
says.
speak over me. I don't speak over you when you're talking.
I'm sorry.
So if there is additional language that would help you, if you want me to include language around, or we want to do an amendment to include language around potential increase in the tax, again, my intention today was to not force a decision on that because the board has not had the time that I had to have this conversation with Eric on Monday. And this is something that I think warrants a more thorough presentation from the CFO's office, is why it's written this way.
Okay. But again, my fundamental question, legally, Jenny Madcore, is if we pass this and then a package comes forward from the COO and it does not pass, what is our commitment to this dollar figure if we can't pass a funding mechanism? Are we legally bound to give $101.6 million? Or if we are unable to pass a package, because there may be things that people object to, does that just kind of like just take that money off the table? What is the result of if we cannot pass, how we fund it?
Thank you, Commissioner and Madam Chair. This board resolution is a statement of board policy. It is not binding on Multnomah County as it pertains to either the City of Portland or the Blazers, but instead states the board's policy direction to the negotiating team to bring back a deal and/or additional information and briefing that will help the county reach its policy goal.
Thank you. And if I can just add in there, because I understand your question, Commissioner Moyer. Whether this amendment is in here or not, the fact of the matter is that the board was going to have to take a separate action to actually allocate those dollars and approve specific dollars and mechanisms to doing that, regardless of any amendments that we were to make today on this resolution. So the timeline that has been posted as part of the meeting materials contemplates a tentative December date to reflect any changes to the surcharge that we might need to make, or any of the other resolutions, including the IGA itself. So again, yeah.
So my question, again, so I just want to understand, we would tell Sports Oregon to go represent the county at this table for a deal with all parties being aware that we actually have not agreed to fund the money if this passes, that there would be this lobbying entity that's now representing us gonna go to the table to make a deal to keep the Blazers, which I think we are all absolutely trying to get to. I am very nervous that sends a wildly bad signal to the NBA that we actually have not committed money, because we're saying we haven't come to an agreement on funding money. And if we haven't, then we're not promising money, but go to the table. I have tried very hard to draw a line between wanting the NBA to clearly understand that they have asked, and the new owner has asked, for a renovation. And there is the expectation, although I never agreed to that expectation, that our contribution was $88 million. If we are going to say, ideally, this is how we're doing it. It's real. We've all signed off on it. It's happening. This amendment would have that conversation be, maybe we're in it for 101, or maybe not, because we haven't actually taken the vote to say we'll fund it. That is a wildly different negotiating position, and I think it's sending a message. That is our choice. If we want to send the message, we haven't decided yet, then we can send that message. I don't think that's what we're trying to send as a message, but that is what this does. Or we can figure out today how 3 people can vote to fund whatever number 3 people can agree to. And I highly encourage us to not pass vague language today that does not actually show a vote that we're willing to fund it, but rather, I don't, hash it out. Let's just have the conversation. I'm not going to vote for $101.6 million. That's me. I can't speak for anybody else. Seems like maybe we've got 3 commissioners who want to do that. Go figure out how you're going to pay for it. Because we cannot go to the bargaining table and say, I don't have the votes yet on how to fund it. But we'll get there. You can count on it. That is not what the NBA expects. So please, take whatever recess you need and go figure it out. I've had plenty of conversations with Eric. I understand all these mechanisms. I won't speak for any other commissioner and whatever process they need to get there. But for the love of God, let's not leave this meeting until we've done it. Because I don't want to send a message we can't agree if we're going to give money.
Okay, I have Commissioner Jones Dixon and Commissioner Brim Edwards, and then I'm in the queue as well.
I'm prepared to make a decision. I'll hand it to Commissioner Brim Edwards. I will just clarify. I mean, it says the timing to determine the approach and timing of allocating up to $101.6 million, and the fact that, I mean, we have to go. I do want to hear from Eric as far as the different mechanisms. So that's why I'm comfortable with moving this forward today. And then depending on the whoever's negotiating on our behalf to share their input as well. So, but I'll hand it off to Commissioner Brim Edwards.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones Dixon. I would like to call Eric. We can take down the slide, but I'd like to call Eric back. So not only have I had conversations with you, obviously you were out, but also with Jeff since our last meeting and leading up to our meeting. I also serve on the Visitors Development Fund board. So these quote tourism taxes are much discussed and debated. So could you share, are there tourism taxes other than the rent? I'm assuming that they're referring to here that the county controls other than the transit lodging tax or the motor vehicle rental tax?
Yeah, Commissioner. The only just being fully transparent with this, if this does pass by the board, is that really the only 2 mechanisms that we'd be looking at is the motor vehicle rental tax, and I'd be primarily looking at the surcharge, but also the base motor vehicle rental tax rate. And I'd also be looking at the transient lodging revenue source, which you well know this, Commissioner. There's a lot of agreements that we have with different parties that ties that money up. So there's a lot of
the Pac-Man chart.
Yeah, the Pac-Man chart, absolutely, 100%. And so, but those are the 2 different areas. Again, full transparency, I can kind of tell you in advance that I'll probably be primarily focusing on the motor vehicle rental tax and what we can do with that if this was passed.
Yeah, I just want to be clear. There's not some other tourism taxes that we haven't thought about it, like adding a little bit to a sales tax or anything like that. There's like these mechanisms, which, again, serving on that board, there's a lot of discussion and conversation about how those 2 taxes are actually utilized. Just for the sake for everybody else, how much does the TLT or the transient lodging tax bring in annually?
Off the total number, I don't know off the top of my head. I think the transient lodging that flows to the VDF was roughly around a little bit less than 15 million, if I recall correctly, in the last fiscal year total. But that does not reflect the total transient lodging that's collected in our region, because there's a portion that obviously the city retains, and there's a portion that goes to the excise tax fund through to Metro that supports the convention center. So, but I can get that. I just don't remember off the top of my head. And
there's a whole set of agreements around how that money is spent. That's in a intergovernmental agreement. So it's not like a unilateral thing.
No, and it's historical. These agreements have been in place for a long time that support travel and tourism facilities, and I think that I will note that Commissioner, you're well aware of, and so is the chair and serving on the VDFI board, is that for that revenue source is that it's struggled since the pandemic to recover. I think if I'm correct, we're still only about 74% of peak levels, and that was prior to the pandemic. And obviously, you don't need me to tell you that we're struggling to recover in downtown. And one of the areas that you see it most is with the collections of transient lodging revenues. So it's a difficult revenue source to look at for this.
Right, because the average daily rate hasn't increased. So thank you for that explanation about the TLT. And again, there's a very complicated Pac-Man chart that describes exactly how the money gets sent out. So that really leaves the motor vehicle rental tax. Based on our earlier discussion, the current, just at its current rate, that would make you slightly uncomfortable, but it could cover the bonding for the $88 million, right?
Correct.
Okay, so that what this proposal does by getting to 101, it means that there would have to be an increase of the motor vehicle rental tax to generate enough to get to that higher number.
Correct? Yes, that would be one of the major options.
Is there another option?
I think I'm going to explore everything possible, but that's the one that I would obviously go to right off the bat, is the potential of increasing the rate at some level, whether it's 0.5%, 1%, to generate the revenues that would be sufficient to cover any debt service at a higher level, to make sure that, again, we're not exposing the county's general fund in case of recession and revenues dropping.
But if this particular component is for the maintenance and operation for $12 million, how much would the motor vehicle rental tax have to increase in order to generate $12 million?
It would have to be, and I don't have the exact numbers, but I did the other day. I ran some comparables, and I think it would have to be above 0.5% increase, so more toward closer to a 1% increase.
Okay, and we currently have one of the higher motor vehicle rental taxes.
Yes.
Okay, so to get this operating and maintenance money, it sounds like one of the few ways to do it, and not to close off that you might come up with something later, but I mean, I think we've narrowed the universe. It'd require about a 1% increase in the motor vehicle rental tax. And my understanding is that if it's going to maintenance and operations, it's not going to be a bonded amount, correct?
Yeah, correct. And this kind of goes back to the baseline proposal, where it's the $2 million annually for 6 years. Assume this would be very similar. So any revenue collected, a portion of it would be going that for 6 years potentially, right? But yes, we cannot bond to fund ongoing maintenance. That is not something we can do.
So we can for the sort of that base 88 million renovations, because that's a capital stack.
Yeah.
But for the 12 million that's being proposed for operations and maintenance, essentially that would just be the county sending the motor vehicle tax increase directly to the city for maintenance and operations over, if it's over a number of years, maybe 5 or 6 years.
Yeah. Oh, again, based on, I'm just comparing it to the baseline proposal. It would be over a 6-year period, and we would be essentially, I would describe it, we would be allocating it to the project to be used for maintenance.
Right. I mean, well, that's what the ask has been for, right? Operations and maintenance. Yeah.
That's correct.
Those are all my questions. I may have a comment before we vote.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Moyer, is your, so,
It's a question.
oh, go for it.
Can I ask Donnie, is he still on the line?
Donnie is still online. That's why I had my hand raised, to have him come.
Oh, okay.
So go ahead. Yeah, please.
So my question for Donnie, and correct me if I'm not understanding who's doing what role at the city, but my understanding is you've also been the point conversation with Rip City and the NBA, or you're knowledgeable about the conversations between the city, Rip City, and the NBA. How will the NBA react, or what is your best guess of how the NBA will react to hearing that Multnomah County put a dollar figure down but could not agree and would have to have further votes to agree to fund that dollar amount? And it was very unclear if there was a majority that could approve a funding package.
All right, thank you for the question, Commissioner. I'm going to preface this by saying I'm not speaking on behalf of the NBA. I don't want to suggest what the association feels about in any given moment. With that, I'll just offer this. We've been working in good faith that the city, county, and state would be contributing X amount for the renovation, which is that 573 number, and an ongoing amount for, to clarify here, not operations, but ongoing CapEx and maintenance for the facility, investments in the building over 20 years, right? That was the general agreement that everybody had nodded. Like, if we did this, this is a reasonable framework to get a deal done. Much like the county's having this important conversation right now about how to hit those targets, the city's going to be having those conversations as well in the coming months. To be really clear, in the term sheet, which is what we're solving for right now, it's the framework. It's the high-level framework. The devil's in the details, including information that we're going to need from the Blazers that we don't have today, that you've asked for, Commissioner Brim Edwards, that we're also eagerly waiting. But those details are going to be developed in earnest to get to December. So we have a 11-page term sheet, and we're going to need 1,200 pages of lease agreements, non-relocation agreements, development rights that are all going to happen in December. During that time, it is our expectation and hope that the city and the county will have finalized the how to get to that number. But your commitment today is incredibly important to send a signal that while we have to work it out, the county's in for X amount. We'll do the same thing on the 12th of the council. The city of council is in for X amount, and how we get to those targets is going to be worked out. And the last thing I'll just say, representing all the negotiating folks that will be at the table from the state, the city, and hopefully the county too, through the joint authority, the more clarity we have from you all, more direction we have to negotiate, the better we're going to be as negotiators. And so as little ambiguity as we can leave out about your interests, that applies to the council as well, much like the state did in the spring, is going to be incredibly helpful to us to get the best deal possible. If we're always looking over our shoulder about changes coming, it's going to be a lot harder. And I understand the complexity of this deal, so I understand I'm saying that with a lot of confidence, but appreciate the burden you all have as electeds. So we're hoping today that you will contemplate that. But to answer your question, getting us to a target number is what we agreed to, and that's a great starting point to get to December.
And what happens if we only get to 53? Like, the only way people are willing to fund only gets us to 53 million. What would that do to the conversation?
Commissioner, I think if we change the math on the financial framework, we're going to have some tough conversations with both the Blazers and the NBA. I think that's just to be frank.
So if we can't get there, that would be really detrimental to the work. I mean, it would send a signal mid-negotiation that would not be received well. Is that accurate?
Again, I can't speak for the other side, but it'll be very difficult to see us getting to definitive terms without some confidence on the finances. As a reminder, the team has already come out and said that our initial position was not great. I think they used stronger terms than that. So we're already, going to be negotiating from a tough position. So any uncertainty on the financing will make that much more complex and difficult.
All right, I'll leave it with a comment and then move on to the next person. This is wildly irresponsible. There are clearly 3 people who want to vote for 101.6, but there are not 3 people that are willing to do a particular funding package. So I suggest, for the health of this negotiation, take a break and figure it out. I don't understand why you guys have to figure it out. I mean, I know maybe Commissioner Brim Edwards would get there, but leaving this on the table where you don't know if you have 3 votes for what you want to fund is really dangerous. And I really suggest either let's move to a number that gets us there with the agreed upon funding package, or 3 of you need to figure this out. But if you're kicking the can down the road and then you can't deliver, which I can't understand how we're here today at almost 2:00, not having passed anything, and we've had 2 weeks. I just assume everyone agreed behind my back. Like, nobody talked to me. I figure they thought I was a lost cause, but y'all had actually figured this out. Figure it out.
Okay, Commissioner Singleton.
So, one, I will say there was no talking behind your back. That is, again, why I brought this amendment here today, was to have the conversation. I think that while I may be comfortable at this point to say we would do a 1.0% increase on the MVRT, I don't think that everybody else is at that place. So I can appreciate your discomfort, but I don't appreciate you saying that we are being irresponsible. You can have an opinion, but I don't appreciate being impugned by anybody on this body. I think we need to treat each other and our solutions with respect. We have had 2 weeks, and I spoke with Eric, like I said, on Monday about this, and it was specifically to look at how we could do a tax increase. And like I've said probably 10 times this morning already, that is something I think we have to talk about as a board and have him give us hard numbers. And that was not feasible between the time that Eric came back and where we are today.
You had a conversation Monday.
I would again appreciate you not speaking over me. And so this is where I got the numbers last night, or yesterday. This is where then the amendment came from that came out to you all yesterday.
Okay, and my character has now been impugned. That's neither here nor there. I saw the language of this amendment yesterday night when it got posted. The sponsor of this amendment has spoken to me 0 times about this amendment. The sponsor of this amendment apparently had a pretty decent idea of what she was going for sometime Monday. At no point between that and today did the sponsor talk to me at all about it. So, I'm sorry. I am going to point out, and this is not to any particular person, frankly, I didn't think I'd be on the majority side. So I didn't convene the conversation. But please explain to me how 2 weeks go by. And my guess is people assumed there was going to be an outcome today. And that group of people couldn't figure out how to fund this. And so we shouldn't be nervous about that. That makes me feel like there aren't the votes for a funding package. And why are we telling the people we are? If you have 3 votes for a funding package, then bring it forward. Otherwise, this is a massive kick the can, because it means we haven't voted on a funding package. And I don't understand how that is not totally irresponsible.
Okay, so Commissioner Simpson, if you want to reply, go ahead, and then otherwise I am going to reply to that. So
Yeah.
I just want to say and clarify one that I would not be able to speak to you, Commissioner Moyer, because that would have been serial deliberations, considering you and Commissioner Brim Edwards were already working on and had posted other amendments. And so this is the first time folks are having the conversation. I spoke with just Commissioner Jones-Dixon about this so that I would not enter into serial deliberations.
But you didn't post it until less than 24-hour notice, which again, is very difficult for me.
So I just wanted to, so Commissioner Moore, your hand's still raised, so I just want to note that. So I also just want to reiterate, like, I did not have conversations because it would be serial deliberations. That is why we are having this conversation about amendments today, to have a public conversation about all of the things that we're considering. And I just saw the amendment the same, probably the same time you did when it was in our inboxes yesterday. So, this is why we're having it, and I frankly appreciate, because I do have questions that need to be answered, I think, by Eric around all of the things we'd be contemplating. So I'm supportive of this. I'm ready to vote.
Yeah.
I think you should ask your questions. So I'd like to hear what questions you have about this, because based on the questions that I just asked Eric, there seems to be only one path that would come up with, like, that we could actually come up with the money to fulfill the 101 million. There's only two tourism taxes that we control, and one of them is already pretty much, there's a whole bunch of legally binding agreements with them. So I'd like to hear your questions now versus down the road.
Okay, so you weren't in the queue, and I've already said what I need to say. Commissioner Jones-Dixon.
Yeah, I was just going to restate what Commissioner Singleton mentioned as far as we don't serial deliberate, I think. And then also I was just going to call the question to move forward with the vote.
I'm in the queue, and I'd like to ask my question again. I'd like to, before we're voting on something, you said you had questions for Eric. Let's hear what they are, so that we all have, this is the moment, since we just got it. What are your questions about it? This is us voting. To me, what I heard from Eric is...
Excuse me, did we have a motion to call the question? Sorry to interrupt, Commissioner Briggs.
You did interrupt me, and I was in the queue, and I would like to get my question answered. And the chair can
I
say...
apologize, but Commissioner Jones-Dixon actually said he would like to call the question, so I want to loop back to him to ask to see if he's actually putting forward a motion to call the question, or if that was just a statement.
I'm sorry, but I'm in the queue, and I have a right to...
Commissioner, so as I understand, your question is asking me to ask questions, and I have already stated multiple times now, I don't have any questions to ask today. So that there's nothing more for me to discuss today.
Okay. You said you had them, so it seems like we should do our work in public, especially before we vote.
I am very, very supportive of us doing our work in public, as per this amendment that I am planning to vote for states us to do. Thank you. All right, so it sounds like we are ready to vote. Okay.
Yes.
Tasha, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
No.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Commissioner Moyer?
No.
Chair Vega Peterson?
Yes, the amendment passes. All right. So now we're turning to discussion on the resolution as amended.
Chair, I have one more amendment I'd like to bring forward.
Can you raise, everybody, okay, so
Sorry.
you can go first, Singleton, but everyone else just raise their hand, so I want to make sure we get, okay, so we've got Singleton and Moyer. Okay, great, go ahead.
So I have an amendment to bring forward it is called D2 MOTA Amendment A. And this will add language to Section 3D. Will say renovations must include, at a minimum, items needed to increase concerts and other events at the MOTA Center to support part-time jobs moving to full-time jobs with a labor harmony agreement and local zip code hiring preferences for people living, people displaced in the Albina district and those displaced by from the Albina district. It adds engagement of the disability community and design to ensure that everyone can access our arena equitably. And then it adds to F, the language community benefits should include : and a sub 1, 2, and 3. For example, if solar panels are installed, any excess stored energy should be given to offset utility costs for local residents, prioritizing households with extremely low and low incomes. 2, the Blazers participate in county and city internship programs throughout their organization to provide mentorship and opportunities to young people. 3, the city of Portland must grant the use of the arena for community events. It then adds G. Sorry. Sorry, I just lost my place. It adds, that includes a commitment to concurrently and successfully negotiate a binding agreement between City of Portland and Albina Vision Trust that establishes Albina Vision Trust development rights for city-owned parcels adjacent to the Moda Center. It then adds 4, Multnomah County, as a large funder, will have a seat at the PLA, CBA, and Labor Harmony Agreement tables. And that is based on the conversation I had on the 23rd with the mayor about our equity commitments and wanting to make sure that the county's voice and values are represented at those tables as well.
Okay, thank you. Did we get a second on this?
Not yet.
Can somebody second? Moyer seconds. Okay, so Singleton moves, Moyer seconds. We've had an explanation of this. Moyer, I have you as the cue for like when we're done with this amendment is coming up. So I know your hand is up. Is that for discussion on this amendment? All right, yeah, Moyer.
Yeah, I was able to have a quick check-in with Commissioner Singleton at our lunch break and asked if she would be open to a friendly amendment related to the zip code preference. And so I am offering an amendment to the amendment that, and I may need a little help, Jenny Madcar, on this. We want to change the zip code language to be the zip codes around, what's the language now? I'm sorry, I'm trying to find it. The exact.
Commissioner, are you looking at subsection 3D?
I think so. 3D.
Yes.
Yes. Zip codes, hiring preference for people living near the Moda Center. We also make sure that we weren't leaving the current workforce out, and the where it coincides with people who have been displaced by the zip codes in which people who have been displaced by development of the Rose Quarter would also be preferenced. Am I saying that right in our conversation? Yes.
One moment.
So this is just to be clear. So we're talking about the section 3D.
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct. So if I understand your proposed amendment, Commissioner Moyer, you're looking to amend Commissioner Singleton's amendment, section 3D, after the word zip code, add the language, comma, and people who were displaced by Moda Center development.
People, zip codes where people were displaced from development of the Rose Quarter.
Moda Center or
We're designating zip codes.
Okay. So section 3D would be amended to say, and local zip codes where people who were displaced by Moda Center development
reside.
I'm sorry, I didn't follow the reside comment.
That's the zip codes that they now reside in. So I'm going to just be transparent. We had a community that was impacted with some development decisions, including the building of the Rose Quarter and other major developments that were then permanently displaced from the neighborhood. They now reside in a different part of Multnomah County. The intention of this amendment is to make sure the zip codes that that population now lives in are also included in the preferential hiring.
Correct and agreed.
Okay.
I'll just have my hands up. I am very supportive of this amendment. I'm even more supportive now because of the friendly amendment from Commissioner Moore. So I don't know if we need a second to have a friendly amendment. I don't think we do, right,
Second.
Jenny? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what we would be doing is we do need a motion, and the motion will need to be specific. So we have to have that language dialed in, and then we will need a second and a vote on that. So I'm trying to incorporate the language in a way that meets the intent as stated. A hint to staff, to Commissioner Moyer's staff, if you're there and you have language, sending that in would be helpful. And so I'm writing as we go. If Commissioner Moyer, if you could hold off on making that motion for just a second while we do that work, and then we'll get back.
Quinn has that language, so I'll ask him to send it over. I thought he already did.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. While we're getting the friendly amendment language shared, any other discussion on the amendment?
I have just a couple questions. On 3F, it talks about the community benefits and said the City of Portland must grant use of the arena for community events. So my understanding is that already happens, but like people have, there's a cost. So this doesn't say like at no cost. Is that what is meant? Because they already do rent it out to the community when it's not, I mean, it can be rented by the community if it's not used for other, being used for other events.
Yes, it would contemplate reduced or free cost. I think that's a whole part of the CBA negotiations. So this is definitely not intended to cover all of the community benefits, but to include some that have come to me from community members in District 2.
Okay, I guess I'm pretty sure because I've been part of it. That there is already available. Thanks for the clarification. Then the solar panels, and maybe this is a question for Donnie. Are we anticipating there's excess stored energy? And then just the question about who benefits that, because it says local residents and there's a prioritization, but I guess just because somebody, if they're higher income or it's somebody else, that would they get their utility bills offset? I mean, just trying to figure out how this works, and like how big of it is it? Is it just like a small amount, and therefore it's like this is a minor thing, or is this potentially a large?
Thanks, Commissioner. I'm happy to chime in for a second. For just to state the obvious, of course, we are working with incomplete information until the Blazers present designs on their arena. But certainly, especially as we contemplate the potential use of the Clean Energy Fund resources, the idea that we would invest in on-site renewables tied into the grid with the potential for those resources to be shared is very interesting and intriguing. There's a lot of devil in the details about the capacity, what size of grid would you need or array would you need. But the Blazers have historically shown an interest in meeting higher lead standards for operations and have been open to talking about this. We just have to get the details. But if I understand the spirit of Commissioner Singleton's amendment here, it's for us to contemplate not just what's happening in the arena, but as we're designing and developing, looking how it fits into the whole district. And I think that's an honorable and reasonable target for us to aim for. So I just want to say yes, and I think it's viable, and we have some work to do to get the details locked in.
Is there something like this in the city terms?
We have ours. A lot of this, what you're talking about, are things in one of our exhibits, Exhibit B, I believe, and it contemplates sort of the different standards, like the LEED equivalents that we would do, including renewable energy infrastructure, which we're casting a wide net. Those words are doing a lot of heavy lifting there to say everything from generation to storage to shared resources, et cetera.
So the exhibits are like an appendix to your terms or something like that, or part of the set of documents for the negotiations?
Yeah, for example, related to things like a community benefit agreement, it would be inappropriate for the city to list all the details of a community benefit agreement without community. So we say we expect to have them, and here are the things that we would expect to see in a community benefit agreement or agreements, plural, and things related to the sustainability of the site are contemplated in that.
Great, thank you. And then my last question, and if there's an answer to the other question, you guys can interrupt me. I do have one last question. That it's on 3D about the renovations to increase concerts and other events at the Moto Center to support part-time jobs moving to full-time jobs. Are those jobs from an external contractor or the jobs of somebody who we're actually negotiating with? I'm just trying to understand how that works, because it seems like if you have more concerts or events, I'm trying to contemplate how that supports that movement.
So my intent there is that it's to be clear that this can't just be about renovations for the Blazers, but it has to be about more holistic renovations for the center, and it would tie into the labor harmony discussion that we've been having, so that a lot of those positions, I think the last economic analysis we saw, as you discussed as well, Commissioner Brim Edwards, included lack of definition about part-time and full-time jobs there. So I think there is opportunity to increase to full-time jobs, but we still need that updated economic analysis to know what that will really look like. This is to put a marker in the ground for the attention that the labor harmony agreement and those vendors would be a part of the ability to what currently has a number of part-time jobs. From my discussion with some of the current employees, that they would have opportunity to be actually full-time jobs if the venue is being used more regularly.
So these are vendor jobs versus Blazer jobs?
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you. And that's it.
Okay, any other, do we have the language? Jenny Madcore, have you received that?
Yes, thank you. Thank you to staff for sending that and collaborating in that way. So the proposal.
Are we voting on? Sorry, I just want to make sure I know what we're doing.
We're not voting
the
now.
motion.
So, and just to be clear, the motion hasn't been officially made yet. So Jenny Madcore was going to read out the language, Commissioner Moyer, to make sure it met with what you were trying to add.
So Commissioner Moyer, based on your comments and the input of staff, the proposed amendment that you may want to make to Section 3D is at the end of that section, instead of saying that it will be for preferences living in particular zip codes, it will now read that the agreement will provide hiring preferences for people living in the Albina district and zip codes where people who were displaced from the Albina district currently reside. And if that meets your approval, then you can make a motion to be seconded and then voted on.
I would like to make a motion that the language that Jenny Madcore just read be the substance of my amendment.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for a friendly amendment as read by our county attorney. Any further discussion on the amendment?
Just to be clear, it's received as friendly.
Thank you, Commissioner Singleton. All right, Tasha, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones Dixon?
Yes.
Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson?
Yes, the friendly amendment passes. All right, we're now back under consideration of the entire amendment as amended. Any further discussion on the entire amendment?
Is there anyone from Albina Vision Trust? I just have not, they're on my calendar. We just have not met. And so I'm just curious if they can talk to what having development rights would mean. And that they want it.
I don't believe we have anyone here. They have provided public testimony a couple different times when we've had conversations, but I don't believe we have anyone on the meeting right now.
We don't, and if I could just clarify, because I didn't state this when I was reading out the language, but this language came from Albina Vision Trust regarding the development rights. And Donnie, my understanding is that lines up with a resolution at the city that mirrors this language.
Correct, Commissioner. Commissioner Moyer, next Tuesday, the City Life Committee will be hearing a resolution that we drafted with Albina Vision Trust that contemplates this very thing. So we'll be in earnest having those conversations. I'll flag it's a parallel conversation because the development rights aren't in the lease agreement, but they are obviously material to the operations of the campus. So much like everything else we've discussed, the goal is to get all details in December, including potential development rights, which is our intention with Albina Vision.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Brim Edwards.
We're all done with all the amendments so far. They've all been dismissed. Commissioner Moyer, are you going to be offering the other amendments?
No, we're on Commissioner Singleton's underline amendment. Yeah.
Forgot. We voted once, but not the second time. So my hand was raised for future hand raising.
Gotcha. Okay, doesn't seem like we have any more discussion, so we are going to ask Tasha, can you make a roll call vote on the amendment as amended?
Commissioner Jones Dixon?
Yes.
Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson?
Yes, the amendment passes. All
The
right.
amendment as amended passes.
The amendment as amended passes, yes. And now we're back under discussion on the resolution as amended. So I know Commissioner Brim Edwards, you were there. Anyone else wants to get in the queue? Go ahead.
I believe I was originally in the queue.
Oh, you absolutely were. Thank you for the reminder, Commissioner Moyer. You were like the OG.
Gypsies. Okay. I would like to motion to consider Amendment 3 from Brim Edwards Moyer. And that amendment pertains to that we will not, that our contribution to the Moda Center capital stack will not be larger than the city of Portland. Let me find the exact language because I might be. Okay, so it has two things: amending Section 3, letters J and K. As a material condition of Multnomah County's financial participation for Moda Center renovations, the county shall have the right to recover all contributed funds or withhold future contributions if the Trailblazers ownership does not stay in Portland for the longer of 20 years or the length of any bond whose proceeds are invested in the Moda Center or related Rose Quarter developments. K, these terms and the contribution level are linked. The contribution level from the county will be proximately reduced if certain terms are not achieved in the IGA or other binding legal documents. That is my amendment that I am motioning.
What amendment is this?
I have it as Amendment 3 from the package, the Brim Edwards Moyer package. That's, where would I find a number on it?
That's actually, I think actually number 3 is the contribution is not great. The county's contribution, that's great. Not greater than the city's contribution.
Okay, I'm
That was not
sorry.
tracking. It's okay.
This is what happens to my brain after a certain number. Okay, I like to revise that. I am amending Section 3H. The county shall not contribute more than the city's contribution toward renovations. The county's portion for the purpose of the comparison shall include funding, contribution, and interest paid on bonds. The county's contribution shall not compare the city's contribution for renovation, but not their ongoing maintenance costs. So that is my motion. Yes, that one.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on and a second on the amendment as Commissioner Moyer described. Do we have discussion? Commissioner Jones-Dixon? Okay. Okay, so I see your hand was nice. I will just say, so
can I
yeah,
speak to
the
it?
motion. Yeah.
Yeah, so I hope I'm happy to answer any questions. This is about who is putting more skin in the game and the relationship between the county and the city. You know, I have really strong feelings that the city is not being a fair partner with us, and that since we are going first, and I don't know what they will agree to, and I think they're going to kick the can just as big as we are, that we could get in a situation where we have now committed more to the renovation of Moda Center in cost to the taxpayer of Multnomah County than the city of Portland is contributing to our own building in which they chose to take ownership. We had nothing to do with that. And yet they may end up being the third largest contributor out of the three governments into this renovation. That is an unacceptable, for me, shared sacrifice. I am not willing to not share revenue, and I'm not willing to pay more for a property that we did not take on the liability for. So that is the intent of this amendment.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Moyer. So I have a couple questions and then some comments on this. So one, it includes not just our contribution, but any cost of financing as well in this computation. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. I'm not going to be supportive of this, and mainly because the overall package, between the city, the state, and the county was a combination, as Eric has said earlier, on the both the capital costs of the renovation and the ongoing maintenance over the length of the lease for that. And we as the city, we as the county are our contemplated package is very much focused on the renovation itself with a small amount of some maintenance. But the vast majority of the ongoing maintenance is covered by the city, as what Donnie said earlier, the CapEx and the ongoing maintenance. So the way that this is phrased now basically ensures that at a certain point we would have to lower our costs, because just the way that the city is financing they're part of this deal. They're doing a lot more on that ongoing maintenance. So to me, this would really blow up the deal and basically ensure down the line that the county, we at the county would be above the city based on, I know we don't have the final details of what the city is going to do yet, but I'm really concerned that this is just kind of a backdoor way of blowing up the deal.
Can I ask a clarifying question by what you mean? What deal? The deal between the NBA? The NBA doesn't care who pays to maintain a building. My conversations, and I will be honest, the NBA has never talked to me, nor has the Blazers, but via their surrogates, that the NBA cares about the capital stack, that there was a commitment made for renovation. That's why 88 million keeps getting talked about to everyone, because that's what they care about. The deal that is impacted by this decision is the deal between the city of Portland and Multnomah County. And I have made no such commitment. I mean, I didn't commit to the first, but that is not relevant to Rip City and the Blazers. What our relationship with who's doing what, when, where on the ongoing maintenance. That we have nothing to do with that. In fact, today they have language that it's shared between the Blazers and the city. Looks like neither chose to do that. That's neither here nor there. That is not about our contract with the city of Portland. And I think that's important, because I don't want it to be represented as this amendment jeopardizes the deal. If you're speaking about the deal with the NBA and the Blazers, this has nothing to do with that. We may be having a conversation about our deal with the city of Portland, which I was unaware we had. I thought that was the purpose of today, which is we're doing our term sheet with our contract with the city of Portland. This amendment does not touch the framework that the NBA is working on. We are there. Where we're not is how our relationship with the city is on this deal. If we're going to participate in maintenance, how we expect to be compensated. That's the revenue conversations, the pilot, the must have good, blah, blah, blah. We're literally doing that today. And all I'm saying is, okay, in our conversations with the city of Portland, you got to agree that when you pass your final package, you're putting more skin in the game than we are. That is what this is. It is not about the NBA. It is about our relationship with the city of Portland. And, I want that to be clear, because it doesn't blow anything with the NBA or the Blazers. Might upset the city of Portland. They might have counted on us subsidizing their building maintenance. Okay, I am asking us to call the question on, okay, but we're not going to do it more than you. We're not going to be bigger participants in what clearly benefits the city of Portland more than any other party, and end up that you do less than us. That it is not about the NBA. This is about what we're negotiating with the city of Portland. And so we can choose not to do that. I hope we do choose to tell them that they need to step up to a greater amount than us on this deal. But it does not jeopardize the NBA.
Okay, I don't know if there was a question there for me, so I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Scott.
No, I asked, could you explain why you think it jeopardizes anything with the NBA?
I think it's not just with the NBA. I think it's with the city of Portland as well. And again, understanding that both, we as a board are talking about what exactly our contribution looks like, and the city of Portland is going to be doing the same thing. The way that we were talking about the dollars was that the county would give the county would put in $88 million for capital and $13 million for ongoing maintenance over a course of 20-year lease, right? That was kind of the basics of this. What I don't see in your amendment is that if the city's is not as high as capital, then we would do more on renovations, or vice versa, right? Like, so to me, because there's no balancing here, it basically, if we don't hit this bar, then we basically are dropping our overall cost that we would be putting in. And to me, that
we would drop our contribution to be equal to.
Right, and therefore, like, bringing down the total amount of dollars that was put in, and that's what I meant by, it would really, blow up the deal in terms of the overall amounts for the dollars.
So I'm just so I understand what we are currently agreeing. Let's say this amendment does not pass. We are currently saying we are committing, don't know how we're going to fund it, $101.6 million. Even if you put zero in, if you strike a deal with the Rip City management, that they'll take $557.6 million, which is the state's and ours, and they're happy, they're good. We're okay with that deal. We're okay if the city of Portland contributed. I have no idea what deal, but like, I have heard numbers that the actual estimated dollar figure was actually closer to $480 million. What if the design comes back or the city just is like, no, you can get a really fantastic arena at what the state and the county are contributing, and we'll make these deals on everything else, and we're okay with that?
So when you're saying renovations, though, you're just talking about the capital renovations. You're not talking about, so that's where I have deep concerns about this amendment and how it reads, because you're defining renovations as only the capital renovation costs, not the contemplation of the discussions on this entire package that had a lot to do with the ongoing maintenance costs over the 20 years, of which the city, I think rightfully so, is taking on the vast lion's shares, over, about $275 million worth, right? So
it's their building.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I agree. So that's where my concern is with you.
And I am asking, yes or no? I mean, if the city of Portland negotiated a deal in which they gave $0 to the capital stack, and it was only Multnomah County, they can have it could include every dollar of maintenance, I don't care. But it does $0 for the capital stack. Would we still be committing to $101.6 million?
So if that, no, I think, again, everybody, the conversations that we had on how everyone was going to be putting in a part of the package, like everybody was operating in good faith in terms of what folks were going to be putting in. If you are interested in seeing language that says that, our contribution is dependent on and in ratio to the percentage of the contribution that the city ultimately makes, that's something that I would be happy to discuss with you, but that's not what this amendment says. Okay. We have Commissioner Singleton and Commissioner Broome Edwards.
Of course, I chose that moment to put food in my mouth. I think, Commissioner, I'm in agreement in the spirit of this. Part of where I think I might be struggling a little bit is we have a lot of language that talks about our financing commitment being dependent on a number of things. And I don't think that, like, currently, I think there's all this iteration that needs to happen where they're coming back to us regularly from the negotiation table. I think we'll also know more after the city's vote later this week. And I'm curious if I don't have good language to say how we might amend this on the fly, but I would be happy to come back at this when we come back to the financing conversation as well. Because I get your point, and I think it's the interest piece that is maybe a struggle because we don't know yet until we have our conversation about the bonding and what that capacity looks like. So that's just totally get where you're going. I don't have good language to share now, but would definitely love to bring this back if we can't get it figured out today.
Can I go?
Commissioner Brim Edwards.
Well, since the county attorney has said that this is just policy direction, I think we should move ahead with setting this as a general principle. Because frankly, if we pay more than the city, it means we have had or we had a bad negotiator. I mean, they own the building, they have control of a whole host of revenue streams, some that have been discussed, but other ones that haven't. And we could very easily end up in a position that the county has more in it for a building we don't own, or necessarily even have a guaranteed revenue stream. So to me, since again, this is policy direction, I think the direction to our negotiator is don't come back to us with something in which we have a larger contribution than the owner and the recipient of most of the revenue streams. So to me, it's like this is, it's kind of like just a no-brainer to say that like this would be a general principle that we have. Because frankly, if we come up with the money, the state comes up with the money, and the city decides not to, I think, it will make the county look very foolish and not good stewards of our own money. I think we should very much be rethinking it then.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to give point of privilege to the county who's in the queue, and then I'll go to Commissioner Jones Dixon.
Thank you, Chair. Just to follow up on Commissioner Brim Edwards' comment, this motion is now before the board, but the maker of the motion, who in this case is Commissioner Moyer, if she decided to withdraw the motion at any time before the vote is called, she can do so without a vote unless one of the other commissioners objects. So that's the process here.
Process for what?
If you wanted to withdraw your motion.
Oh, no, I definitely want to vote on it.
Who said she was going to withdraw it?
Oh, I understood, Commissioner Brim Edwards, for you to say that this should just be a general policy, in which case it would be part of, and that's fine. I might have misunderstood what you were saying. I was just trying to clarify.
Yeah, what you described our terms that we're voting on today as policy direction, that they weren't sort of, they're not binding. And so I was just making the observation based on your comment that this is like what we're doing in the terms of setting policy direction versus making a legally binding commitment, that this seems like a very common sense policy direction to set, that we shouldn't end up in these negotiations paying more than the building owner and the owner that actually has access to revenue streams that we will never have access to or control.
Okay, thank you. So I think there was just a little misunderstanding there. Commissioner Jones Dixon.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just want to call the question. I'm ready to move forward with the vote.
Okay, we have a motion. Does that need to be seconded, Jenny Madcore?
If Commissioner is making a motion, then we need a motion and a second. And in such a motion to call the question, we need 4 commissioners to vote in favor of calling the question. Alternatively, if it's just a request being made to the presiding officer, no vote is needed.
Okay. Well, I have a
so just a point of clarification. So earlier when the question was called, would that have been a case in which to call the question, you would have needed 4 commissioners to agree?
That's correct.
Because I felt like I got overruled of we're calling the question, just moving on. I just want to make sure that we all understand what the rules are. If the question is called, then for every time that is, versus just cutting off a commissioner, which is, I felt what happened last time when I was in the middle of asking a question.
Okay, thank you. So I have Eric Ariano in the queue. Commissioner Jones Dixon, I do want to acknowledge that. I think what I would like to hear from Eric. I don't know what he's going to say, but it's always something very smart and it's something we need to hear. And then I think, and I also would love to hear. I know we have Donnie on the line just to talk a little bit about the city's contribution.
But the question was called, and I'm seconding. So don't we vote?
Yeah, as a matter of process,
okay.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon is making a motion to call the question, then the motion is made, we need a second and a vote. My question back to Commissioner Jones-Dixon, as before, was is it a formal motion or is it just basically a statement, which is like, I'm ready to vote? Either is fine. It's up to the commissioner.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon, are you making a formal motion?
No, I'm just ready to vote. But I'm curious to hear. I would love to hear what Eric has to say.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in and make a comment. Just always trying to think about how these things would get operationalized, and I would recommend that if there's some consideration of obviously moving this forward, is that we focus on maybe language that's net contributions, and strike out the interest reference. And the main reason for that is, like I said before, with interest, you never know what it's going to land, what it's going to be until you issue. I can't predict a year or 2 years in advance what it's going to be. I can't predict until we actually sell the bonds. And so to kind of tie us to that, it doesn't make operational sense for me. But if it was tied to net contribution, if the board wanted to consider that, that's more manageable in terms of a policy direction.
I didn't know staff could propose amendments, but I appreciate this perspective. That would be a substantive change to the amendment, so I would not take that as a friendly amendment. Certainly anyone could make that. I would be open if there is worry about ambiguity of defining what our contribution level is right now, using estimated interest, which we have used in this presentation. So I would instead be open to changing the language to set it at $138.6 million, because that is the number of which we are currently assuming it would be. So if that makes people feel more comfortable that it would not be ambiguous, I'm open to that friendly amendment, but I'm not open. I mean, obviously I can be overruled, but I would not consider the amendment friendly if it took out that dollar amount, because the point is what each government is having to pay.
Commissioner Singleton.
So I understand this is not being received as a friendly amendment, but I would like to make a motion to amend the amendment to take out the language of interest and instead refer to the net contribution.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so Commissioner Singleton moves, Commissioner Jones-Dixon seconds. Okay, so we have an amendment on the table that I'm looking at the amendment right now. Commissioner Singleton, the county shall not contribute more than the city's contribution towards renovations. The city's portion purpose of this comparison shall include funding. Can you describe what piece?
Sorry, so many screens. Yeah, so it would take out interest paid on bonds, and I believe, and Eric, I don't know if I'm getting the language right, but that it would say net, the funding net contribution instead, and strike and interest paid on bonds.
That is correct.
So include funding net contribution, strike the rest.
Eric, can you estimate
just the
what
rest
that
of that
dollar?
Sorry, Commissioner, just the rest of that sentence, Chair, not the last sentence that says the county's contributions. I wasn't striking that final sentence of this amendment.
Okay. All right, Commissioner, so we have a motion and a second, so discussion on the proposed amendment. Commissioner Brim Edwards and then Commissioner Moyer.
Yeah, I just want to note just sort of the inconsistencies today where when there's an effort to make the number higher, we talk about the gross numbers. And when there's a desire to have the number be lower, all of a sudden it becomes net. And I feel like it's being done in a way that is also, I don't think, in a favorable way to the county's long-term interests. And I would just suggest that we be absolutely consistent. So we had a whole host of slides today that weren't net slides, and yet they were presented anyway. So while I understand the spirit in which this was raised, I also believe that how things got presented earlier were presented in a way to show gross numbers and not taking into consideration the net numbers.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Moyer.
Yeah, this is a question for Eric. Assuming we are choosing for this amendment our projections today that our cost would be 138.6 million. If we were to take out the interest payment, what is the dollar figure that this amendment would now be placing that the city must reach?
So, if I understand your question correctly, and we're focusing on the net contribution or net contribution to the capital stack, and I really want to clarify that we're talking. I'm not looking at the base scenario anymore. I'm looking at what was passed at a higher amount, and so the net contribution there would be 89.6 million as it's currently laid out in terms of the net contribution to the capital stack, without the interest cost.
Okay, so that would be theoretically moving the bar from their contribution needs to be 138.6 down to 89 point something million. Is that correct?
I didn't understand that question, Commissioner. I apologize.
What's the dollar difference between the original amendment and the amended amendment for what the city would have to reach?
So the way I understand it, if it would just based on net contribution, it would just for the capital stack, it would just have to be above the 89.6 million.
Okay, so that is about $50 million, a little less than $50 million. Is that correct?
Yeah. Oh, you're talking about the 138, versus the.
Correct.
Yeah.
I mean, the amount we expect the city to contribute based on the two versions of the amendment. Okay.
We're comparing those. Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Commissioner, Commissioner.
I'm sorry. I want to clarify. Sorry, Eric, don't go away. So my intention, I guess I'm confused because my assumption was this would also include any of the maintenance costs that we were putting in. So it should actually be the 101.6. The way I read Commissioner Moyer's original amendment is that it's excluding the city's ongoing operation and maintenance, but not ours.
So Commissioner.
Yeah, I guess I didn't contemplate contributing for maintenance. So.
Yeah.
But okay, so based on what has passed versus option A or option B, what is the dollar difference? Since I guess they both will now have the 12 million. Is that right?
Is the question, what is the dollar difference between the base amount scenario versus the one that was passed? Yes, the total base amount was 138.6, and the total county cost for the amendment that was passed was 164.2.
No, that's not my question. I'm sorry. Now I'm very confused with what those two numbers are.
Yeah.
But I mean, okay, Commissioner Singleton pointed out that there is more money than the math that we were doing because of the maintenance. And ours seemed to include the maintenance, but it doesn't allow the city to include the maintenance. So now I'm confused about the math for both the original amendment and the amendment to the amendment. I'm not understanding how the 12 million impacts it. That's not my question.
Yeah, sorry, Commissioner. I kind of come back to if we're talking about this particular language, and we're focused in, at least what I'm looking at is the net contribution, and I'll come back to the net contribution with that scenario was the 89.6 million. That would be the net contribution to the capital stack, and then the 12 million. That makes up the 101.6 total would be for ongoing maintenance. So when I'm doing the comparable, I'm only looking at the 89.6 and when we're talking about net capital stack. 'Cause that's what we're talking about is that and comparing the city and the county, if I understand it correctly, is we're looking at the net contribution for the renovation. So I'm just looking at the 89.6, obviously excluding the interest.
Okay, so I have Brim Edwards and Singleton. And and just as a reminder, we are on the discussion on the amendment to the amendment. So taking out the interest paid on bonds and adding the word net. Okay, so Commissioner Brim Edwards passes, Commissioner Singleton.
I'm sorry, I see where the confusion came from now because the first sentence says the county shall not contribute more than the city's contributions towards renovations. Commissioner Moyer, was your intent that any county contribution not exceed city contribution? That it's the city's contribution towards renovation, but it's the county's entire contribution.
Correct.
So that's I think, I don't know if I need to, I don't know how to kind of navigate this now, Attorney Madcore, because we're in the middle of an amendment to the amendment, but I understand where the misunderstanding was between, I think what I was trying to do and where Eric was talking about the dollar amount to respond to Commissioner Moyer's question.
Commissioner Singleton, if you have a clarifying amendment to your proposal as the maker of the motion, you can withdraw your motion and then reassert a new motion if that would be easier.
Okay, I'm going to withdraw my motion and I am going to make a new motion to amend the amendment that says the county's contribution the county shall not contribute. Sorry. The county contribution shall not be more than the city's contribution toward renovations in that first sentence. And then in the second sentence, the county's portion of the purpose of this comparison shall include net funding contribution and strike and interest paid on bonds.
And so just a clarifying question, is it the county's total contribution shall not contribute more than the city's contribution towards renovations?
Yes, I want it to not just be the county's contribution to renovation, but any of the O&M that we do.
So I believe that would read, the county's total contribution shall not be more than the city's contributions towards renovations.
Yes, I think Commissioner Moyer, does that feel like it gets to you wanting to talk about total contribution? I know you and I aren't agreeing right now on the interest piece, but I don't want to leave the O&M to the side.
Yeah, no, I get it, and I appreciate that.
And just as people are processing, I'll repeat what I had written down. The county's total contribution shall not be more than the city's contribution towards renovations, period, for the first sentence. Commissioner Singleton, if that part of the amendment meets your expectations, and then we're just adding the word net before the word funding in the second sentence, you can make that motion and ask for a second.
I did make that motion, but it also strikes the end interest portion of that sentence.
Correct. And do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second as on the amendment as described by Commissioner Singleton. So I have a question, Commissioner Singleton. So is your intention with your amendment that our portion that goes to the Moda Center renovations should not exceed the city's portion that's going to the Moda Center renovations, period?
Our contribution to the Moda Center project should not exceed the city's contribution to the Moda Center renovation.
And not so renovation to you though is just the renovation. It's not the $275 million that they're putting in for the ongoing maintenance and capital X.
Correct.
Okay. So that, I will just say that what's being contemplated here feels like a really difficult thing. And so maybe my question is to Donnie in terms of like the flexibility of because right now the city does have more dollars going in towards the ongoing operations and maintenance pieces of it. And so I'm just curious, like what about the flexibility of the city dollars, because there was a lot of contemplation about who's putting in what money and how that money could be used for the different pieces of the entire deal. So Donnie, could you talk a little bit to help me answer the question if we did this amendment, either the underlying amendment or this amendment to the amendment that's being proposed, like what impact that has on how the city's deal would need to look?
Thank you, Chair. If I understand the amendment, it says the county will not put any more money in than the amount specifically contemplated in the city's renovation contribution, which is $120 million. So as long as we stay at that level, we honor the intent, and so this amendment is met, meaning that we solve for it. I'm assuming that's what that says. And so if that's the case, I think that's fair and a reasonable, stance for a county to take to manage your resources for the public good. I think that the initial amendment, candidly speaking, I think Eric touched on, so I won't go there too much, is more complicated and nuanced and more difficult to land when those dollars are going to be needed and committed very soon. So, and I'll just say anecdotally, at this point, anything that changes that 573 number, including the city's contribution going down, would be problematic. I've said it a couple times, but that's something that we've been very clear is a must-have, and it's in our term sheet as such. Oh, no, I meant to say this earlier. Sorry. In the current term sheet, all the amounts coming from the respective governments are not to exceed amounts. So those are all 120 not to exceed, the contribution from the counties not to exceed, and the state's contributions not to exceed.
Okay, thank you. All right, anyone else with their hands up? or any more discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Okay, Tasia, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Moyer,
No.
Commissioner Singleton,
Yes.
Commissioner Brim Edwards,
No.
Commissioner Jones Dixon,
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson.
Yes, the amendment passes. Okay, so now we're back under the, back to discussion on the underlying amendment as amended. Further discussion on that? Hey, Tasia, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Singleton,
Yes.
Commissioner Brim Edwards,
Yes.
Commissioner Jones Dixon,
Yes.
Commissioner Moyer,
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson.
Yes. The amendment passes. Okay. We are back under discussion of the resolution as amended. Commissioner Brim Edwards. I am actually going to pass the gavel to Commissioner Jones Dixon so I can take a brief break. So, Commissioner, you have the gavel for a few minutes.
Got you covered. Thank you. Commissioner Brim Edwards.
All right, we're all jealous of the chair right now. So I am moving amendment number 4, which is Brim Edwards Moyer amendment. And again, this has nothing, I think, to do with the Blazers, and actually very little to do with the city of Portland. This is more of how we are going to show up in the negotiations. So what this does, this amendment would add a section that says, under a new number 2, which is establish a policy that negotiations be led at the operational level on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners. The Chief Operating Officer, with the assistance of a consultant approved by the board, is requested to lead these negotiations. And it makes some other conforming changes to strike chair is the support the chair directing the CFO to work on with the jurisdictional partners, to say support the COO and CFO in working with jurisdictional partners. And so again, this really has the commission driving the negotiations. And I think we'll have more comments later, but I think what led us up to today is a good indication of what we're trying to avoid, is that we have a party who actually doesn't have a vote at this table, negotiating on the commission's behalf at the commission's direction. And I would assume, just to be clear, that whatever the terms are that are agreed here today as the policy direction, that the COO, if this amendment is adopted, would, working with a consultant approved by the board, would be directing the negotiations, engaged in the direct negotiations. So really removing this issue of zero deliberations, or one person having their thumb on the scale, or an inside information on what's happening, or the direction, or if something's being dropped, deleted, changed, that the commission as a whole is the body that's being negotiated on behalf of. And again, it would be on behalf of whatever is agreed to today in terms of the terms. So that's the gist of the amendment they're putting forward.
Okay.
I second the motion.
Motion moved by Commissioner Brim Edwards and seconded by Commissioner Moyer. Let's open the floor up for discussion, and same process. If you could raise your hand, and I'll do my best to call on you in order. Commissioner Moyer.
Yeah.
So Dennis,
I just want to add, I
send out.
wholeheartedly agree with.
Hold on. From Edwards. Yeah, there you go. You are. Go ahead.
With the points of Commissioner Brum Edwards, I just also wanted to point out, I think it would be helpful to have consistency through a process that I anticipate in order to get all of those pieces where we're participating in a project labor agreement and labor harmony and community benefit and other details yet to be worked out, that it is important to have a consistent position and voice. And, we're going to go past December for all of this. And it would be helpful to not have a course change during that process, but to have a process that works and is directed by the board as the governing body.
Okay, great. Thank you, Commissioner Moyer. Any other comments or questions? Commissioner Singleton.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate this language. I think I'm feeling a little stymied right now since we heard earlier a negotiator had been hired. And while I also like and respect Chris Oxley, I do have concerns about that hire for this negotiations. And so I'm curious, what are the logistics of somebody who has already been hired where we're saying that person actually needs to come before the board for approval?
Are you asking under this amendment or with regardless?
No, under this amendment, because, and not that I should be clear, I'm supportive of this amendment. I think I'm unclear on how we move forward, since it sounds like a contract has potentially already been signed, or at least an offer has been tendered. And so what is kind of the next steps on that? Because I do think, I think we have to have more conversation about that hire.
So I'm back. So thank you, Commissioner Jones-Dixon, for leading as vice chair while I was out. So there has been a contract with Chris Oxley that has been signed, but it has been signed through the COO's office and reporting up through the COO. And Chris Neal is unfortunately out this week, but I know that he would be happy to speak with everyone, about that, about the hire and the details around that too, as well. I will say that the understanding is that the consultant would work with the entire board, as in terms of representing the will of the entire board, reporting out to the entire board for this for the negotiations.
But in effect, all of our contracts always have opt-outs, correct? I'm pretty sure that's my understanding.
Yeah,
contracts. We have an ability to.
That's standard contract language in terms of termination.
Commissioner Singleton, are you done, or I don't want to interrupt if you're still going, but.
Yes, I was done. I think I think we have to have larger conversation about this hire, and I definitely want us to have somebody that the board can agree on. And as I mentioned earlier, have concerns about the real and or perceived conflicts of interest here. So I'm supportive of this work. Thank you. I appreciate some of the logistics might be a little bit clunky on pulling back a contract, but I think we actually need to talk about this more as a board.
Yeah, I will say, this is something that people have brought up, the desire to have a negotiator for the county. It's something that I've been thinking about. It's something that, in talking with other county executives across the country, has been recommended. So we've been working on this for the last couple months, in order to make sure that we had professional representation from the county. and we can, based on what the board decides, I don't see language in here that is in this amendment that is contrary to anything that's already been discussed.
It has the board approving the consultant.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's a couple different ways. I will say though that I think an issue that I have with this though is in the section 3 in the resolves and supporting the chair and directing supporting the COO and in working to where jurisdictional partners, like this resolution can't undermine what's already in the county charter in terms of the role as the chair as the chief executive of the county. So whether or not this amendment passes, the chair is always going to be the chief executive of the county. The COO and the chief financial officer are always going to report up through the chair, and the chair is going to ultimately have decisions on these things. You can't cut that out. So I just say that in terms of how this resolution and how this amendment would actually be implemented. Like it's not going to. There's nothing that you can do to take away what the chair's responsibility is in terms of being the elected official that's required to do these things because the voters have elected the chair to do that job, right? It would be a dereliction of the duty of the chair to not not to lead the work that is part of the job of being the executive of the county.
I think I was next in queue because I'd asked Commissioner Singleton if she was done. So a question for the chair. When did you tell the commission who you hired to negotiate on our behalf?
Like today. I think
like an hour ago, right?
Yeah.
Even though you've been talking about this for a long time. I think this goes to, for me, the fundamental trust piece. And again, I said, I know Chris Oxley, and I have high professional regard for him. But the fact that we're learning in a public meeting, something that you'd done, even though Commissioner Moyer and I, when we asked for a reset 2 weeks ago, this is something we called for. And not once did you share that you were thinking about hiring a contractor or hear that I've signed a contract. So this is like a trust issue of who really is that person working for, the levels of communication. And I'm going to say that, I'm going to go back to December or January when there were legislative discussions. I pulled in some legislators to, share hey, there's this thing happening and you guys are going to need to get going. And at a certain part of the discussion, I got a call from the chair that said, I'm changing the amount that we're going to put on the table. And I think, I said at the point in time, and I've been very consistent, and I actually got stopped doing it, invited to meetings, that I felt it went too far. And I'm afraid if we don't have some sort of very clear process by, and again, I have confidence in the COO, and I don't think this is undermining the charter because it says being led at an operational level, but that we need to be able to get information all at the same time. And like I say, I don't feel comfortable just given what has transpired. Again, the amount of money went up, and then it was that's the county deal. Everybody starts banking the money, and again, it's just really too bad that the county commission gets informed during a meeting that somebody's been hired. But I don't think it's irreversible, to your point, Commissioner Singleton. And I do think we all need to have confidence. Okay, so we're having hard conversations today. I think we're going to get to a place where, in general, people are going to be like, okay, let's get into it. Let's talk about the terms with our partners. But we really need to have confidence going forward that the negotiator is going to really take into consideration all the commissioners, not one commissioner's priority. So this is part of being a commission that, the majority is going to sort of set the tone, and we're going to go from there. But for me, this is really important because otherwise I feel like everything's going to just go underground again. And then things will randomly pop out with some people knowing about it, some people not. And I think we each have things that are near and dear to us that we want to hold on to. And I think we all would feel bad if the things that was important to us got dropped without us knowing or got traded away for something. So I just think this gives for the whole commission more confidence and trust that we're going to, work through this over the next 3 to 4 months in a way that tries to keep the spirit of what we're agreeing to as sort of the guiding light versus one person's direction.
So thank you, Commissioner Burnham. I have to correct the record though. I did mention on June 23rd that we were very close to finalizing the process of hiring an outside contractor. That was said in the first meeting that we had. It was something that we discussed during that meeting. I do apologize that that this is the first that everyone is hearing about that the contract was finalized and who that is. I was out last week and I thought that the COO's office was going to be sharing that with the board. So I really do apologize about that because that is something that definitely should have happened before this meeting, and I take responsibility for that. But that was something that we did discuss and was a fact that was brought up in the last meeting.
We didn't discuss who the negotiator would be, and frankly, I did ask the COO's office, and they were not given permission to release the name. That was the chair's office, and so the fact that I just assumed that it hadn't happened because we hadn't been informed. And I do think I would like to hear in more detail, not later, more detail, how you think this isn't a conflict of interest. And again, I have high professional regards for Chris Oxley, but somebody who is like the chair of the board or on the board of the entity that is organizing the campaign to make this all happen. And I love Sport Oregon too. But it just seems like that's a little bit of it'll be hard. And I guess to Commissioner Singleton's point that the perception of a conflict, and again, I would expect, anytime I've been involved in negotiations like this, that we would sort of, the best predictor of future performance is past performance. We've seen sort of what sort of deals and representation that the individual negotiating our behalf had been involved in, because it's a very complicated transaction, and we have some big asks after today. So I firmly believe we need a reset on this particular piece and to drive it back to the commission, because I'm afraid this it's not going to come back to we have a deal, and hey, we're sorry we didn't get X, Y, and Z, and we got A, B, and C.
Okay, thank you. I think it was Commissioner Jones-Sixon and then Commissioner Moyer.
Yeah, it's great. Thank you, Chair. As it stands, I'm not supportive of the current amendment for a few reasons. We've been, Chris, or at the COO's office, we ask questions during each and every meeting. Where are we at? And I think I was the one that brought forward we should hire someone from the outside 2 or 3 months ago, and appreciate the chair's efforts as far as doing that. The chair and her office has been communicating with our office because it's one of the things that we asked during our check-ins. My chief concern with this is it's going to put us back as far as it feels like we're kicking the can down the road. I've been tracking Oxley's work for the last 3 or 4 years. I'm comfortable moving forward. I actually got excited when I heard. I didn't even know he was on the board of Sports Oregon, given his level of expertise as it pertains to this and helping us define more of an ask in representing the county well. So I just wanted to toss that out there for food for thought. Thank you.
So just Commissioner Jones-Dixon, you knew that it was Chris Oxley before today's meeting?
As of 2 weeks ago, or whenever my last check-in, or a week ago, yes, with Chris.
Okay.
We have a regular check-in on the big things that are happening in the county. Yeah.
Yeah. So I asked a specific question to the COO, and I was told I had to ask the chair's office. Again, to me, that's just another demonstration of why this shouldn't all be going through the chair's office.
To each his own. That's just my position, but
Yeah.
So
I'm
we
just
can go.
saying, you got information that other commissioners didn't have. I mean, I certainly would have raised the potential conflict earlier.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Moyer.
Yeah, so my office originally had this amendment drafted, and did clear it through legal. So it is absolutely legal. I think we've made decisions, in different contexts related to who people work for or need direction from. You know, we have chosen to not have our board clerk work for the body, but for the presiding officer. We didn't have to. We could choose a different thing. But I think this conversation, it's important that there's a difference. I think the chair has every right to hire a consultant for her. For, you know, if that's how she wishes to use her office budget, I think that's totally fine. You know, if they are going to help inform her strategy, I think that is appropriate. I guess we all could do that to some degree with our office budgets. But the amendment is about who's negotiating and on behalf of whom. And this is a policy decision. We are making a decision that this role for this purpose reports to the board, and the board approves the strategy and the person. And they are directed on a day-to-day basis at the direction of the board, the COO. I do understand that most all other capacities of the COO's role, he reports to the chair. And I not in any way wanting to interfere with the executive functioning of the county. There's no debate about who's our chief CEO, executive officer. This is about legislative and who approves this deal and who the negotiator works for. And so I want to make that clear that this is not an infringement on the executive powers or the chair's right to enter a contract for services to her, to inform her. Totally fine. This amendment wouldn't touch that. It would say the person who sits at the table negotiating for the county works for the county commission at the direction of the county commission. And that is a policy decision because this is a legislative act. And that's the reason for the amendment. And also, to be totally fair, I could have these exact same feelings with a different chair, of which we may have at some point during this process, and would still want the negotiations to be at the direction of the board, who must approve it.
Question for the chair. Is Chris Ockley going to step down as the president of the Sport Oregon board while he's engaged in this capacity?
So he's a volunteer board member for Sports Oregon. He is not receiving any, he doesn't receive compensation for his role on the board. And he has signed a professional contract to represent the interests of the county in negotiations with the city of Portland for the IGA. It's the joint authority that has the ultimate, the joint authority itself is going to have is going to be the lead negotiator for the overall negotiations with the Blazers. What he was hired for was to negotiate the IGA on behalf of this county with the city of Portland.
Yeah, so generally, so I've served on lots of nonprofit boards, and they make you sign conflict of interest, even if you're a volunteer, sign conflict of interest forms. I'm curious whether he's signed one of those, and whether it's just like he'll be having ongoing over the next, 6 months or however long he's representing us, still be engaged in conversations with Sport Oregon.
Yeah, so my understanding through the CO's office is that the contract was signed with them, with Chris Oxley, and I don't have any further information if there was an additional conflict of interest form signed. Chris is out, but we can ask the CO's office, or Chris can get back to you next week on that.
I'm sorry, but that seems wholly inadequate. Is there nobody in the CO's office who could provide us with the contract, or whether that?
I'm happy.
I mean, he works for you.
I'm happy to make sure that the contract gets shared with the board. And I will say again, apologies. It does sound like this. I don't know why, and frankly, I don't know when you asked the CO's office about the name of the person. Commissioner Brim Edwards, I don't have any knowledge about the conversation you had with the CO's office about this, but my understanding is that the CO's office was sharing with the board that this step had been taken, and it sounds like that happened with some offices and not others. And so just apologize because it should have been sent to everybody.
I was very directly told that the chair's office had said that was their information to share, not the COO's office. So I don't want this to be like landing on the COO's office. There's been plenty of opportunities. I've been in the office every single day for the last week.
And I definitely am
and
going to find out.
This amendment has been posted for quite a while. So if there was like, hey, we already hired somebody, like we saw that you put an amendment in, like that would have been a very easy thing to share.
That's why I did share it in the July 23rd meeting. That's why the fact that there was a process happening that we were imminently signing with the negotiator, I did share that in the meeting. But to your point though, I am going to track down that, because that direction about not being shared, I want to find out where that came from, because that wasn't my understanding of how this was going to go. And as we've seen, like there were other the information had been shared with other offices. Okay,
yeah.
so
my understanding is that information is directed not to be shared with my office. And again, since we had an amendment, it seemed like as a courtesy, since the COO reports to you, that you would have shared it before this meeting. And again, I think the fact that it's come up in this meeting, we're moving forward with the terms, that we don't, and there's definitely a question about conflict of interest, whether that's been resolved, that that information should have been been available for this meeting for consideration by this commission.
I don't disagree with you. And again, I can only say this so many times. My understanding was that this information was going to be shared last week. I apologize that it wasn't shared with everyone. And it wasn't a secret that this was happening, because it was shared publicly in the meeting. Okay, we've got Jones-Dixon and Moyer, and Commissioner Jones-Dixon, I don't know if yours is still up or.
Yeah, it is. I was just going to say, we did ask 3 weeks ago, just for the record, and we got the same response that we weren't, I don't think they had the information or what have you. And we just heard from Chris last week about finalizing the contract with Mr. Oxley. I'm prepared to vote if we are ready. Move forward.
I think for the record, he no-showed his meeting with me this week, and definitely didn't tell me about any of it.
I'm sorry, who did?
Chris didn't show up to our meeting
this week.
He's on vacation this week.
I meant last week. Oh. And I had no idea someone was hired. And I definitely didn't know it was the head of sports, the board of director, the chairman of the board of Sports Oregon, who I have been lobbied by.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else? Okay. Can we have a vote on the amendment?
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
No.
Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Chair Vega-Peterson?
No, the amendment passes.
Everybody's going to be happy to hear that we've exhausted the. I don't want to preempt Commissioner Moyer, but I was going to say.
Yeah, Commissioner Moyer, you're in the queue.
Sorry, I didn't take it down.
I was going to say, nobody's going to be disappointed that we've exhausted, I think, the amendments that were actually posted.
Okay, I think, are we done? Any other amendments? marathon session. It wasn't quite our budget level, but we did a good job of coming close.
I have
Especially
some
since we only
closing
had-
comments before we vote. Are we going to have an opportunity to provide some closing comments?
Yeah, can I finish my comments? Thank you.
Yeah, sure. I just want
I
to make
was-
sure that we weren't going right to a vote.
No, we're not. I just wanted to say that talk a little bit about the next steps that we have here. So we will vote on the resolution as amended. We're going to make sure that this information gets over to the city as quickly as possible so they can incorporate that into their the negotiations that they're having. And then we will have time for everyone to do closing comments there. I just wanted to make sure that there were no further amendments. So we'll go, since you're already in the queue, Commissioner Brim Edwards will go D3, D4, D1, and D2. Thank you.
Okay. I want to thank my colleagues for I thought a great discussion today. I think we've dramatically improved the term sheet that had been brought forward, and I appreciate that everybody, all the commissioners, brought different amendments forward to improve our position. I think protect the interests of the county. I am really happy that we have removed the business income tax. I look forward to the upcoming discussion on, how that other hole might be plugged, or the gap might be plugged. I am very appreciative to all the staff who worked to look at all the amendments that have been offered. I mean, Commissioner Moyer and I had a lot, and Commissioner Singleton brought some forward, but to kind of like, where did we have consensus? I appreciate that we didn't have to go through all those today. And I say, generally, I think this is a vast improvement than what had been put before us. So I'm glad we did a reset. I'm looking forward to, now that the amendment passed, to have negotiations in the COOs, at the COO's direction, with a consultant that the board has approved. I feel that we have an opportunity to, over the next couple months and weeks, as we are going through the negotiations, to try and set time at our regular meeting agendas or executive sessions if that's more important, so that we all have the same amount of information, so there's no surprises, and that we can land a fair deal for the county in a way that we show up as good partners. And I will just say, there's a lot of conversation about what's happening across the river. I think while we all had, strongly held points of view today, we showed up in a way that was respectful and professional, and stuck to our values. And I think, again, landed at a better place. While I don't support the going to $101 million, because just, again, that was an add-on after I'd sort of settled at the 88 million. I recognize the majority of the commission is giving the policy direction they want to do that. I will be interested to see what the funds are and the trade-offs to get from that 88 to 101 million. But I'm going to support it because I want to move things forward. I hope at the end of the day we end up at a lower number, and I'm glad the number it's up to 101. And again, I just appreciate my colleagues for the work today, and looking forward to the work ahead. And I should have started with my obligatory, I want the Blazers to stay because I do. I'm, as a 50-year resident of Portland, they are part of our DNA. I love the Fire. We've got season tickets, and I believe this is an opportunity for us to create greater, help our local economy, and do it in a way, but we're doing it in a way, I think, that we've set sidebars that this is a fiscally responsible way to do it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Jones-Dickson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Vega Peterson, and thank you, Commissioner Brim Edwards, for kicking us off. culturally, I'm just going to do my thing and just say thank you to County Attorney Madcore and Will and Chair for your leadership. Also, Chief Smith, Jenny Smith, and Stacy Bork, and then my Chief of Staff as well, working with all the chiefs as far as bringing forward the staff package. And to everyone else that helped us to get through the things and answering the questions on the spot, Director Ariano and Donnie, all that information was extremely helpful. And I'm just going to echo what's been shared already over the last few weeks. This is just another step in the process. I look forward to working through this moving forward through the end of December. And I really appreciated the thoughtful amendments that have been brought forward together. Again, it's just signaling to everyone that we are taking another step closer as far as building America's favorite county. And clearly, this asset plays a huge part of that. So thank you again.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Commissioner Moyer.
I too thank everybody for making this a significantly stronger package. And I appreciate the work that was put in to it. And I'm grateful to see many of the things that I helped bring forward adopted in this. So thank you for that. I am not going to be supportive of this package. Because it is too much, and I don't want the county participating in subsidizing the maintenance of a building we don't own when we cannot afford to maintain the buildings we do. And I don't think it's material to the NBA's expectations for contribution, but I don't want that to diminish what I think was a significant improvement to the package.
Thank you, Commissioner Moyer. Commissioner Singleton.
Thank you, Chair. As the commissioner who has the Moda Center in my district, I will say that I'm happy that so many folks are focusing on it. And as always, I want to recenter us and our conversation about those who are most impacted by the decisions that we will make. I got over 100 or 270 emails from AFSCME because this process has sucked, and they're not wrong. I also got 930 emails from people in the district who want to see us move forward. So I really want to appreciate everyone who is engaged in this process to date, and just be clear that we're not done. Today's vote does not mean that this is exactly what the term sheet will look like or the dollar commitment that we will be making once we actually get the rest of the details that we need as a body to make those informed decisions. I will connect with the CFO's office after this meeting so that we can bring forward the next step of the conversation for Multnomah County to look at the funding options that we discussed what feels like yesterday but was hours ago. I just really appreciate as well the staff time, the folks on this body, my colleagues as commissioners. I know this isn't easy and everybody is coming at it from a different perspective, but I just want to appreciate you all for making sure that the things were important to my community who live in this district and live near the Moda Center or were displaced by the Moda Center were included in the community benefits and particularly the development of the adjacent parcels. I know again that work has to continue and we have to hold tight to our values. I really hope that this body will also hold tight to our values about workforce equity and investing in DBEs as any sort of PLA is put together. So I also want to appreciate you all for supporting my language to make sure that the county has a seat at that table, considering the current state and conversations around equity with the mayor's executive order. So I will stop there and look forward to the vote and to the next steps of our conversations.
Thank you, Commissioner. So I am really pleased that we're getting ready to pass a resolution today that outlines the terms of our commitment to an investment in the renovated Moda Center, and that we are doing this in a partnership with the state's investment that they've made, as well as what we expect the city of Portland to do. This has been a long time coming, as I've mentioned a couple of times today. Our first term sheet that we had put out was shared in March, but even before that, I think the county was the first entity that had any kind of terms that we laid out to the Blazers back this winter. And so I'm glad that we are, taking this step as the first local government to vote on a term sheet. And I do think it's stronger. I know there's been a lot that said that, it is stronger today than it was originally. And that's honestly as it should be, because the whole point of this resolution and the whole point of this exercise is to make sure that the terms that this entire board wants to see are reflected in this document, so that our negotiating team has the backing of the commission behind it, and it has the clear direction on how to start the negotiation with the city. I will say that with any negotiation, like, we are going to fight as hard as we can to get everything that we put in these term sheets. And so this is a powerful statement, the board, of giving the ammunition to do that. I want to give a huge thank you to so many people who've worked on this. I want to especially thank Stacy Bork, my deputy chief of staff, who has been leading this work for months. She is on vacation this week, and rightfully so, but she had tireless efforts on this issue, and I hope she's enjoying her well-deserved vacation. I also want to thank CFO Eric Ariano, who's also been working on this for months, Will Glasson, Jenny Madcore, also and all the folks in the county attorney's office who have been working on this. Jeff Renfro and Christian from our budget office for their dedicated partnership on this work. I also want to thank all the chiefs of staff who have been working on this in all of the offices. I think it was really powerful that there was a staff package that we were able to consider. I think that shows the really efficient work that we can do as a board when our staff is empowered to take on this kind of work, and I hope we see more of that in the future. And I want to thank everyone on this commission. I think that we are stronger in what we're putting forward today because everybody has been so thoughtful, so intentional about that. And I know a big part of that is because we've listened so closely to what we've been hearing from so many members of the public, from so many partners who are impacted by the decisions that we're making today and what's going to happen with the Moda Center and the renovations and the future of the Blazers overall. I want this step today to be seen by the NBA and the Board of Governors as a sign of just how serious we are about keeping the Blazers here in Portland. We know that this is an important step in the process. It's not the end of the process by any means. This board is going to take several steps in the future to solidify and clarify our actions and our commitment to this. But now our resolution is going to guide these negotiations with the City of Portland, the ownership with the City of Portland, who is the owner of the Moda Center, to be incorporated with their negotiations directly with the Blazers and the new ownership. So I think that these terms are a really strong starting point in this ongoing process. I think that one of the things that we all recognize is that negotiations are going to require compromise. So it's unlikely that every term we ask for is going to be included in a final deal, but that is something that this board will contemplate in terms of the final IGA that we are going to be asked to vote on in subsequent months. And this does provide a strong foundation that represents our values and the return on investment that we expect. So I think we have upheld our end of the bargain by committing substantial public resources towards a joint package to renovate the Moda Center into a world-class arena. So I'm glad we're able to move forward in good faith together and get this done. With that, Tasia, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Commissioner Moyer?
No.
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson?
Yes, the resolution is approved as amended. Thank you everyone for your great work today. That concludes today's regular board meeting.
Wait, I'm sorry. I want to apologize for interrupting today, particularly interrupting women of color, which I know can be a triggering thing because it has been a historic pattern of white women. This is not an excuse. I am neurodivergent and struggle with my impulses. That is not make it okay to do that. But wanted to express that was not appropriate, and I apologize for doing it.
Thank you. There's no like heart emoji reactions in here like there are in other spaces, but I appreciate you saying that.
And Commissioner, I really appreciate that apology. There is a heart emoji. There you go. I will say that of the history of white women interrupting women of color on this board, you are the first one that's ever apologized for it. So thank you for doing that as well. All right, that concludes today's regular board meeting. Our next meeting is Tuesday, August 11th at 9:30 a.m. There being no further business, we are adjourned.